her, and I somehow screw her life up even more. Seeing her sitting on the couch just now, dumbfounded and heartbroken because of my actions and my words, I hate myself. Pretty sure Lake hates me now, too. I hope it was worth it. Somehow doing the right thing in this situation seems completely and utterly wrong. I walk to the car and pull Calder out. He wraps his arms around my neck without even waking up. Kel opens his eyes and looks around confused. You guys fell asleep in the car. Go home and go to bed, okay? He rubs his eyes and crawls out of the car, then makes his way across the street. When I walk back through the front door holding Calder, Lake is still sitting on the couch, staring at the floor. As much as I want to grab her and tell her I'm so sorry for this entire night, I realize she needs this to get past whatever it is going on between us. She needs to be angry at me, and Julia needs her to be focused this year. She can't have Lake wrapped up in us when it might be the last year she ever gets to spend with her mom. Kel woke up. He's walking home now. You should go too, I say. She snatches the keys off the table in front of her and turns to face me. She looks me straight in the eyes, tears streaming down her face. You're an asshole, she says, her words like a bullet of truth straight through my heart. She walks out and slams the door behind her. I take Calder to his room and tuck him in, then walk to my bedroom. When I close the door behind me, I lean against it and close my eyes, then slide down the length of the door until I meet the floor. I press the heels of my palms against my eyes, holding back the tears. God, this girl is the only girl I care about, and I just gave her every reason in the world to hate me. Chapter 11. The Honeymoon. I'm so sorry, Will, she whispers. She puts her hands over her face and covers her eyes. I feel horrible, terrible, and selfish. I didn't know how hard it was for you, too. I just thought you kicked me out because I wasn't worth the risk. Lake, you didn't know what all was going through my mind. For all you knew, I was just some jerk who kissed you, then kicked you out of my house. I never blamed you, and you were absolutely worth the risk. If it weren't for knowing what I knew about Julia, I would have never let you go. She pulls her hands away from her face and turns to me. Oh my God, and those names? I never did apologize for that. She rolls on top of me and brings her face inches from mine. I'm so sorry I called you all those names the next day. Don't be, I shrug. I sort of deserved it. She shakes her head. You can't sit here and tell me that didn't piss you off. I mean, I called you 30 different names in front of the entire class. I didn't say it didn't piss me off. I just said I deserved it. She laughs. So you were mad at me. She lies back down on her pillow. Let me hear it, she says. Regrets. I've gone as slowly as possible. I've called on each student, never rushed them, never even timed them. Usually they don't spit them out this fast. Of course, as soon as Gavin finishes his poem, there's still 5 minutes to spare. I have no choice but to call on her. I waited until last, hoping the bell would ring. I don't know if I'm trying to spare her from having to get up and speak after what happened between us last night, or if I'm scared to death about what she might say. Either way, it's her turn, and I have no choice but to call her up. I clear my throat and attempt to say her name, but it comes out all mangled. She walks to the front of the room and leaves her poem on her desk. I know for a fact she didn't write a single word yesterday in class. And considering the events that transpired in my living room last night, I doubt she was in the right mindset to even write one. However, she appears unwavering and confident, and has apparently memorized whatever it is she's about to perform. It sort of terrifies me. "I have a question," she says before she begins. Shit. What the hell could she possibly need to ask? She left so angry last night, I wouldn't be surprised if she outs me right here and now. Hell, she's probably about to ask me if I kick all my students out of my house after I make out with them. I nod, giving her the go-ahead for her question, but all I really want to do is run to the bathroom and puke. "Is there a time minimum?" Jesus Christ, she's actually asking a normal question. I breathe a sigh of relief and clear my throat. "No, it's fine. Remember, there are no rules." "Good," she says. "Okay, then. My poem is called Mean." The blood rushes from my head and pools in my heart as soon as the title flows from her mouth. She turns toward the room and begins. "According to the thesaurus, and according to me, there are over 30 different meanings and substitutions for the word mean." She raises her voice and yells the rest of the poem, causing me to flinch. "Jackass, jerk, cruel, dickhead, unkind, harsh, wicked, hateful, heartless, vicious, virulent, unrelenting, tyrannical, malevolent, atrocious, bastard, barbarous, bitter, brutal, callous, degenerate, brutish, depraved, evil, fierce, hard, implacable, rancorous, pernicious, inhumane, monstrous, merciless, inexorable, and my personal favorite, asshole." My pulse is pounding almost as fast as the insults are flying out of her mouth. When the bell rings, I sit stunned as most of the students make their way past my desk. I can't believe she just did that. "The date," I hear Eddie say to her. The word date snaps me back into the moment. "You said you'd have to ask your mom?" Eddie says. They're standing next to Lake's desk, and Eddie has her back turned to me. "Oh, that," Lake says. She looks over Eddie's shoulder and directly at me. "Yeah, sure," she says. "Tell Nick I'd love to." I've never had a problem with my temper before, but it's almost as if the day I met Lake, every single emotion I had was multiplied by 1,000. Happiness, hurt, anger, bitterness, love, jealousy. I'm unable to control any of it when I'm around her. The fact that she apparently had been asked out by Nick before our little incident last night somehow pisses me off even more. I glare at her, open my drawer, and shove my grade book inside it, then slam it shut. When Eddie spins around, startled at the noise, I quickly stand up and begin wiping the board. "Great," Eddie says, her attention back to Lake now. "Oh, and we decided on Thursday, so after Getty's we can go to the slam. We've only got a few weeks, might as well get it out of the way. You want us to pick you up?" Sure," Lake says. Lake could have at least had the decency to agree to a date when she's not standing 5 feet from me. As much as I want her to be pissed at me, I never thought I'd be pissed at her. But she seems intent on ensuring that that happens. Once Eddie leaves the classroom, I drop the eraser and turn back toward Lake. I fold my arms across my chest and watch as she gathers her things and heads toward the door, not once looking in my direction. Before she exits, I say something I regret before I even say it. "Layken." She pauses when she gets to the door, but doesn't turn around to face me. "Your mom works Thursday nights," I say. "I always get a sitter for Thursdays since I go to the slams. Just send Kel over before you leave. You know, before your date. She doesn't turn around. She doesn't yell. She doesn't throw anything at me. She simply walks out the door, leaving me feeling as though I'm every single one of those names she just yelled in my classroom. After fourth period, I sit at my desk and stare at nothing at all, wondering what the hell has gotten into me. I usually go to the teacher's lounge for lunch, but I know I can't eat right now. My stomach is in knots thinking about the last 2 hours. Actually, the last 24 hours. Why would I say that to her? I know her poem stirred something in me unlike anything I've ever felt. It was a mixture of embarrassment, anger, hurt, and heartache. But that wasn't enough for her. She had to go and add jealousy on top of all that. If there's one thing I've learned about today, it's that I don't handle jealousy well. At all. I know I thought the best way to help her get over me was to make sure she hated me, but I just can't do it. If I want to keep my own sanity, I can't let her hate me. I can't let her love me, though, either. Shit. This is so screwed up. How the hell am I going to make this right? When I reach their table in the lunchroom, she's not even joined in on the conversation taking place around her. She's staring down at her tray, oblivious to the world, oblivious to me. Eddie and I both try to get her attention. When she finally snaps out of her trance and looks up at me, the color runs from her face. She slowly rises from the table and follows me to the classroom. When we're safely inside, I close the door and walk past her to my desk. "We need to talk," I say. My head is spinning, and I have no idea what I even want to say to her. I know I want to apologize for the way I reacted earlier in class, but the words aren't coming. I'm a grown man acting like a blubbering 14-year-old boy. "Then talk," she snaps. She's standing across the room, glaring at me. Her current attitude, coupled with the fact that she just agreed to go out on a date with another guy right in front of me, infuriates me. I know everything about our situation is my fault, but she's not doing anything to help it. "Damn it, Lake!" I spin away from her, frustrated. I run my hands through my hair and take a deep breath, then turn back to face her. "I'm not your enemy. Stop hating me." I swear she chuckles under her breath, right before her eyes fill with fury. "Stop hating you?" she says, rushing toward me. "Make up your freaking mind, Will! Last night you told me to stop loving you, now you're telling me to stop hating you? You tell me you don't want me to wait on you, yet you act like an immature little boy when I agree to go out with Nick. You want me to act like I don't know you, but then you pull me out of the lunchroom in front of everyone. We've got this whole facade between us, like we're different people all the time, and it's exhausting. I never know when you're Will or Mr. Cooper, and I really don't know when I'm supposed to be Layken or Lake." She throws herself into a chair and folds her arms across her chest, letting out a rush of frustrated breath. She's eyeing me sharply, waiting for me to say or do something. There isn't anything to say. I can't refute a single word she just said, because it's the truth. The fact that I haven't been able to keep my own feelings in check have done more damage to her than I ever imagined. I slowly walk around her desk and sit in the seat behind her. I'm exhausted, emotionally, physically, mentally. I never imagined it would turn into this. If I had the slightest clue that the decision to keep my job over her would have this kind of effect on me, I would have picked her, despite whatever is going on with Julia. I should have picked her. I still should pick her. I lean forward until I'm close to her ear. "I didn't think it would be this hard," I whisper. And that's the truth. Never in a million years did I think something as trivial as a first date could turn into something so incredibly complicated. I'm sorry I said that to you earlier, about Thursday. I say. I was being sincere, for the most part. I know you'll need someone to watch Kel, and I did make the slam a required assignment, but I shouldn't have reacted like that. That's why I asked you to come here. I just needed to apologize. It won't happen again. I swear. I can hear her sniff, which only means she's crying. Jesus, I keep making this worse for her when all I want to do is fix it. I lift my hand to stroke the back of her hair in reassurance when the door to my classroom opens. I immediately pull my hand back and stand up, a hasty move that reeks of guilt. Eddie is standing in the doorway to the classroom holding Lake's backpack. She glances at me, then we both simultaneously look at Lake. Turning her head away from Eddie and toward me, I finally see the tears streaming down Lake's cheeks. The tears I put there. Eddie sets the backpack in a desk and holds her palms up, backing out of the doorway. My bad. Continue, she says. As soon as the door is closed behind her, I begin to panic. Whatever Eddie just witnessed, it obviously wasn't a conversation between a teacher and his student. I've just added yet another shit-tastic thing to my list of screw-ups. That's just great, I mumble. How the hell do I even begin to fix all of this? Lake rises out of her seat and begins walking toward the door. Let it go, Will. If she asks me about it, I'll just tell her you were upset because I said asshole, and jackass, and dickhead, and bastard. I get your point, I say, interrupting her before she can finish her stream of insults. She picks up her backpack and reaches the door. Layken, I say cautiously. I also want to say I'm sorry. About last night. She slowly turns toward me. The tears have stopped, but the residual effects of her mood are still written across her face. Are you sorry it happened? Or sorry about the way you stopped it? I don't really understand what the difference is. I shrug my shoulders. All of it. It never should have happened. She turns her back to me and opens the door. Bastard! The insult cut straight to my heart, right where she intended for it to hit. As soon as the door closes behind her, I kick the desk over. Shit! I yell, squeezing the tension out of my neck with my hands. I let out a steady stream of cuss words as I pace the classroom. Not only have I screwed this up even worse with Lake, I've also screwed it up by making Eddie suspicious. I feel like I've somehow made this entire situation 10 times worse. God, what I wouldn't give for my father's advice right now. Mrs. Alex and her pointless questions once again make me late for third period. I don't really mind being late today, though. After the interaction in my classroom yesterday with Lake, I'm still not ready to face her. The hallways have cleared out, and I'm nearing my classroom when I pass by the windows that look out over the courtyard. I stop in my tracks and step closer to the window, and I see Lake. She's sitting on one of the benches, looking down at her hands. I'm a little confused, since she should be sitting in my classroom right now. She looks up at the sky and lets out a deep sigh, like she's trying not to cry. It's apparent that the last place she can be right now is 2 feet from me in a classroom. Seeing her out there, choosing the bitter Michigan air over my classroom, makes me hurt for her. She's something else, huh? I spin around, and Eddie is standing behind me with her arms crossed, smiling. What? I say, undoubtedly trying to recover from the fact that she just caught me staring at Lake. You heard me, she says, walking past me toward the courtyard entry. And you agree with me, too. She walks out into the courtyard without turning back. When Lake looks up at her and smiles, I walk away. It's not a big deal. Lake is a student skipping my class, and I was looking at her. That's all. There wasn't anything happening there that Eddie could report. Despite my failed attempts at reassuring myself, I spend the rest of the day a nervous wreck. Chapter 12. The Honeymoon. Let me get this straight, Lake says, glaring at me. You are being an idiot, staring at me through the courtyard window. Eddie sees you staring at me, which only piques her curiosity at this point. But then the next weekend in your living room when Eddie figured it all out, you get mad at me? I wasn't mad at you, I say. Will, you were pissed. You kicked me out of your house. I roll over and think back to that night. I guess I did, huh? Yes, you did, she says, and on the worst day of my life at that. She rolls over on top of me and interlocks her fingers with mine, bringing them over my head. I think you owe me an apology. After all, I did clean your entire house that day. I look her in the eyes, and she's grinning. I know she's not upset, but I actually do want to give her a sincere apology. The way I acted at the end of that day was purely selfish, and I've always regretted how I just kicked her out at one of the lowest points of her life. I bring my hands to her cheeks and pull her to the pillow next to me while we change positions. I lay her on her back and rest my head on my propped-up hand, stroking her face with my other hand. I run my fingers up her cheek, over her forehead, and down her nose, until my fingers come to rest on her lips. I'm sorry for the way I treated you that night, I whisper, bringing my lips to hers. I kiss her slowly at first, but the sincerity in my apology is apparently quite attractive to her, because she pushes my arm away and pulls me to her, then whispers, You're forgiven. What are you doing? I ask, waking up from a nap induced by pure exhaustion. Lake has her shirt on and is pulling her jeans up. I need some fresh air. Want to come? She says. They've got a really nice pool area and it doesn't close for another hour or so. We can sit on the patio and have coffee. Yeah, sure. I roll out of bed and search for my clothes. Once we're outside, the courtyard is empty, as is the pool, even though it's heated. There are several lounge chairs, but Lake takes a seat at a table with bench-style chairs so we can sit together. She curls up next to me and rests her head against my arm, holding her coffee cup between her hands. I hope the boys are having fun, she says. You know they are. Grandpa took them geocaching today. Good, she says. Kel loves that. She brings her coffee cup to her lips and sips from it. We watch the moon's reflection on the surface of the water, listening to the sounds of the night. It's peaceful. We had a pool back in Texas, she says. It wasn't as big as this one, but it was nice. It gets so hot there that the water in the pool would feel like it was heated, even when it wasn't. I bet Texas water on its coldest day is still hotter than this heated pool. Are you a good swimmer? I ask her. Of course. I lived in that pool half the year. I lean in and kiss her, distracting her from the fact that I'm taking the coffee cup out of her hands. I slowly lean over her, hooking my arm underneath her knees. She's used to my public displays of affection, so she's none the wiser. As soon as she runs her hands through my hair, I lift her onto my lap and stand up, heading for the water. She pulls her lips from mine and darts her eyes to the pool, then back at me. Don't you dare, Will Cooper! I laugh and keep walking toward the pool as she starts struggling to get out of my arms. When I reach the deep end of the pool, she's clinging to my neck for dear life. If I go, you go, she says. I smile and kick off my shoes. I wouldn't have it any other way. As soon as I toss her into the water, I jump in after her. When she emerges, she swims toward me, laughing. "These are my only clothes, you jerk!" When she reaches me, I wrap my arms around her, and she pulls her legs up, wrapping them around my waist. She hooks her arms around my neck, and I swim backward until my back meets the tile siding of the pool. I put one arm on the concrete ledge to hold us up, and my other arm I secure around her waist, holding her against me. "I'll have to throw this shirt away now. The chlorine probably just ruined it," she says. I slide my hand underneath her shirt and up her back, then press my lips against the area of skin right below her ear. "If you throw this ugly shirt away, I'm divorcing you." She throws her head back and laughs. "Finally! You love my ugly shirt!" I pull her against me so close that even the water can't pass between us. I bring my forehead to hers. "I've always loved this shirt, Lake. This is the shirt you were wearing the night I finally admitted to myself that I was in love with you." The corner of her lip curls up into a grin. "And what night was that?" I tilt my head back until it rests against the concrete siding and look up to the sky. "Not a good one." She kisses me at the base of my throat. "Tell me anyway," she whispers. I love her. "Calder, are you sure Julia said it was okay for you to stay the night?" He's rummaging through his dresser looking for socks while Kel loads a bag with their toys. "Yeah, she said I can't come over tomorrow night because they're having family night, so I should spend the night tonight." Family night? I wonder if that means Julia is finally telling Lake she's sick. A knot forms in my stomach, and I instantly become nervous for her. "I'll get your toothbrush, Calder." I'm in the bathroom packing a bag for Calder when I hear yelling coming from outside. I immediately run to the living room window and see Lake storming out of her house toward Eddie's car. I can't hear what she's saying, but it's obvious she's pissed. Her face is almost the same shade of red as the shirt she has on. She swings open Eddie's back door and turns around, still yelling. That's when I see Julia. The look on her face makes my heart sink. Eddie's car pulls out of the driveway, and Julia is left standing at the edge of the yard, crying as she watches them pull away. As soon as the car is gone, I swing open the front door and run across the street. "Is everything okay? Is she okay?" I say when I reach her. Julia looks up at me and shakes her head. "Did you tell Lake that I'm sick?" she asks. "No," I answer immediately. "No, I told you I wouldn't." Julia stares down the street, still shaking her head. "I think she knows. I don't know how she found out, but she knows. I should have told her sooner," she says, still crying. The front door to my house slams shut, and I spin around to see Kel and Calder making their way out the front door. "Boys, you guys are staying with me tonight instead. Go back inside," I yell. They roll their eyes and groan, and then head back into the house. "Thank you, Will," Julia says. She turns to head back to her house, and I follow after her. "Do you want me to stay with you until she gets back?" "No," she says quietly. "I just want to be alone for a while." She walks inside and closes the door behind her. I spend the next 2 hours debating whether to text Gavin. It's killing me not knowing if Lake is okay or not. I wait on the couch with the living room curtains wide open, watching for her return. It's after 11 o'clock now, and I can't wait a second longer. I throw caution out the window and grab my phone to text Gavin. "Is Lake okay? Where are you guys? Is she spending the night with Eddie or coming home tonight?" I don't have to wait long before he replies. "Yes. Movies. No." What the hell? Could he not elaborate a little? How can she be okay? And why the hell would you guys take her to a movie when she's this upset? 2 minutes go by without a response, so I text him again. Is she still crying? When are you guys bringing her home? I wait a few more minutes without a response, then begin texting him again. Before I hit send, my phone rings. Hello? I say almost desperately. What the hell are you doing, Will? Gavin yells into the phone. You're acting like a psycho boyfriend. Is she with you right now? I ask. The movie just let out. She's in the restroom with Eddie. I came outside to call you because I think you might need a reminder that you're her teacher. I grip my cell phone and shake it out of frustration, then put it back to my ear. That doesn't matter right now. I saw her leaving after she found out about her mom's cancer. I just need to know that she's okay, Gavin. I'm worried about her. I get nothing but silence. Gavin doesn't respond, but I can hear background noise, so I know we're still connected. Gavin? He clears his throat. Her mom has cancer? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Has Lake not told you guys why she was crying when she got in your car? Julia doesn't know how, but Layken somehow figured it out. Gavin is silent again for a few more seconds. Then he sighs heavily into the phone. Will, he says, his voice lower than before. Layken thinks her mom has a new boyfriend. She has no idea she has cancer. I fall onto the couch, but it feels like my heart falls straight through the floor. Will? Gavin says. I'm here, I say. Just get her home, Gavin. She needs to talk to her mom. Yeah, we're on our way. I spend the next several minutes debating whether to go across the street and let Julia know that Layken has misunderstood everything. Unfortunately, by the time I decide to go talk to her, Eddie's car is pulling into their driveway. I watch as Lake gets out and walks to her front door. When she goes inside, I close my curtains and turn out the light. I wish more than anything I could be there for her right now. I know the heartache she's about to experience. The fact that I'm 100 yards away and not able to do a damn thing about it is the hardest thing of all. I walk to Calder's room and check on the boys. They're both passed out, so I turn the TV off and shut their door, then head to my room. I can already tell it's going to be a sleepless night. I can just imagine Lake crying herself to sleep. God, what I wouldn't give to be able to hold her right now. If I could just take all of this away from her, I would. I'm lying with my hands under my head, my eyes focused on nothing in particular. A tear rolls down to my temple, and I wipe it away. I'm torn up over the sadness I feel for this girl. It's half an hour later when I hear a knock on the living room door. I immediately jump out of bed and run to the living room and swing the door open. She's standing on my patio, mascara streaked down her cheeks. She's wiping her eyes with her shirt and she looks up at me. All the things I've been willing myself to do for the past month get shoved aside by the sheer sadness in her eyes. I put my arm around her and pull her inside, then shut the door behind her. I'm positive she knows the truth about her mom at this point, but I still proceed with caution. Lake, what's wrong? She tries to catch her breath, sucking in gasps of air between sobs. I can feel her melting, so I wrap my arms around her as she sinks to the floor. I sink with her, then pull her to me and let her cry. I rest my chin on top of her head and stroke her hair while she continues to cry for several minutes. I grasp the back of her shirt and bury my head in the crevice of her neck, fully aware of the fact that she came to me. She needed someone, and she came to me. Tell me what happened, I finally whisper. She begins to sob, so I pull her closer. Between breaths, she says the words that I know are the hardest words she'll ever have to say. "She's dying, Will. She has cancer." I know from experience that there are no words comforting enough to follow that. I squeeze her and give her what she needs, silent reassurance. I pick her up and take her to my bedroom, then lay her on the bed and pull the covers over her. My doorbell rings, so I bend forward and kiss her on the forehead, then head back to the living room. I already know it's Julia before I open the door. When I see her, she looks in just as bad shape as Lake does. "Is she here?" she says through her tears. I nudge my head toward my bedroom. "She's lying down," I say. "Can you get her? She needs to come home so we can talk about this." I glance back toward the hallway and sigh. I don't want her to go. I know how much she needs this time to absorb everything. I turn back to Julia and take the biggest risk I've ever taken in my life. "Let her stay, Julia. She needs me right now." Julia doesn't respond for a moment. The fact that I'm disagreeing with her seems to throw her off for a moment. She shakes her head. "I can't, Will. I can't let her stay the night here." I've been in her shoes before. She needs time to absorb this, trust me. Just give her the night to calm down. Julia's shoulders fall, and she looks down, unable to look at me. I don't know if it's because she's angry with me for wanting Lake to stay, or heartbroken because she knows I'm right. She nods, then turns and begins walking back toward her house. Her defeated demeanor makes me feel as though I just broke her heart. She thinks she's losing Lake to me, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. "Julia, wait," I say, calling after her. She pauses in my front yard and turns to face me. When we make eye contact, she immediately shifts her gaze to the ground again and puts her hands on her hips. When I reach her, she still doesn't look at me. I'm not sure what to say. I clear my throat, but I have no idea what to say to her. "Listen, Julia," I say. "I know how much your time with Lake means to you. I do. Believe me, I do. I want her to be there for you. The fact that she wants to be here right now instead doesn't mean anything. She just needs to process this. That's all. You won't lose her." She runs her hands across her eyes, wiping away fresh tears. She kicks at the ground beneath her foot, giving herself a second to gather her thoughts. She eventually raises her head and looks me straight in the eyes. "You're in love with her, aren't you?" I pause. Am I? I sigh and clasp my hands behind my head, not sure what to say. "I'm trying so hard not to be," I say quietly, admitting it to myself for the first time. When she hears my confession, she looks up at me, her expression stoic. "Try harder, Will. I need her. I can't have her wrapped up in this whirlwind, forbidden romance. That's the last thing we need right now." Julia shakes her head, then looks away again. Her disappointment stings. I've let her down. I take a step closer to her and look her in the eyes, making another promise that I pray to God I'm strong enough to keep. "It doesn't matter how I feel about her, okay? I don't want her consumed by what's going on between us any more than you do. She just needs a friend right now. That's all this is." She hugs herself and looks past me at my house. "I'll let her stay tonight," she finally says, "but only because I agree with you that she needs time to process everything." She shifts her gaze back to mine. The tears still fresh in her eyes, I can do nothing but nod in agreement. She returns my acknowledgement with her own nod, then turns to head home. "You better sleep on the couch," she says over her shoulder. After Julia is back inside, I return to my own house and lock the front door. I walk into the bedroom, but Lake doesn't acknowledge me. I slide into the bed behind her, placing one arm under her head and my other arm over her chest. I pull her to me and hold her while she cries herself to sleep. Chapter 13. The Honeymoon. We remain relaxed in the water, holding on to each other. She's resting her head on my shoulder, quiet and still. She presses her lips against my shoulder, opening them slightly, and she kisses me. I inhale as she grazes my shoulder with her lips, softly kissing along my collarbone, then up to my neck. When she reaches my jaw, she pulls back and looks at me. "I love you, Will Cooper," she says with tears in her eyes. She leans in and presses her lips to mine. She tightens her grip around my waist with her legs and places her hands on the back of my head, filling me with slow, deep kisses. I don't think she's ever kissed me with such intensity and passion before. It's like she's somehow trying to show her gratitude through her kiss. I let her. I let her thank me for a good 5 minutes. When her lips finally separate from mine, she unwraps her legs from around me and grins. "That was for loving me like you do." She kicks off the wall and floats on her back across the pool. When she reaches the other side, she props her elbows up behind her on the concrete ledge and smiles at me from across the pool. I'm left breathless, wishing we were back in the hotel room already. "It's too bad you like my shirt now," she says, still grinning mischievously. "Why is that?" She releases her grip on the ledge and brings her hand to the top button of her shirt. "Because," she says in a sexy whisper, "I'm really tired of wearing it." She unbuttons the top button, revealing the outline of her bra. As many times as I've seen that bra in the last 24 hours, it's a whole hell of a lot sexier right now. "Oh," I say. As much as I want that shirt off her, we're in the courtyard of a hotel. I look around nervously to make sure no one is out here. When I look back at her, the second button is unbuttoned and her fingers are already working on the third. She hasn't taken her eyes off mine. "Lake." "What?" she says innocently. The fourth button is undone now and she's working on the fifth. I slowly shake my head. "That's not a good idea." She slides the shirt halfway down her shoulders, revealing the entire bra now. "Why not?" I try to think of why it's not a good idea, but I can't. I can't think. All I want to do is help her finish getting the damn shirt off. I swim across the water and ease closer to her until our faces are just inches apart. Without taking my eyes off hers, I grasp the sleeves of her shirt and pull it the rest of the way down her arms, then yank it off completely. I throw the shirt onto the concrete patio, then lower my hands to the button on her jeans. She gasps. I lean in and whisper in her ear as I slide her zipper down. Why stop there? I thought I'd called her bluff, but I should know better than that. She wraps one arm around my neck and helps me pull her jeans off with her other hand. I grab her thighs and pull her flush against me, then spin us around until I'm against the ledge again. She braces her hands against the pool wall behind my head. I sink us both lower until our chins are barely above the surface of the water. We're pressed firmly together. The only things separating us are my jeans and her underwear, and one of these items is about to go. I slide my thumb into her waistband at the hip and begin to inch her panties down. I pull them down just far enough. What now? I say, moving my hand farther down as I wait for her to call retreat. She breathes heavily against my lips as her chin submerges and re-emerges against the waves of the water. Rather than call retreat, she closes her eyes, daring me to keep going. She gasps when I unclasp her bra with my other hand and begin to slide it off her. "Will," she says against my lips, "what if someone comes out here?" She covers herself with her arms when the bra is completely off. I throw it on the concrete in the spot next to her shirt, and I smile at her. "You started this. Don't tell me you're about to call retreat now." I kiss her on the chin and trail a line across her jaw with my lips. She uncovers her chest and sinks lower into the water, then pulls me against her. "Retreat is no longer in my vocabulary," she says, finding the button on my pants. "You two almost done here?" someone says from behind us, causing Lake to abandon her current mission. She throws her arms around me and buries her head against my neck. I glance to the left and see a hotel employee standing just inside the gated entry, his hands on his hips. "I've got to lock up," he says. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," she whispers. "Where the hell are my clothes?" I laugh. "Told you it wasn't a good idea," I say against her ear. I keep my arms wrapped tightly around her and look over at the man, who appears a bit too amused at our plight. Could you throw me those?" I say, pointing to Lake's shirt and bra, which are several feet away. She's got a death grip on my neck. The hotel employee looks down at the clothes and chuckles, then looks back at Lake and smiles, almost as if I'm not even here. He walks through the gate and over to the edge of the pool and tosses us the shirt, not taking his eyes off her the entire time. I wrap the shirt over her shoulders, and he's still standing there, staring. "Do you mind?" I say to him. The guy finally takes his eyes off Lake long enough to witness my glare. He clearly reads the expression on my face and turns around to head back inside. Lake slips her shirt back on while I retrieve her pants and swim them back to her. "You're a bad influence, Mrs. Cooper," I say. "Hey, my plan was to stop at the shirt," she says. "You're the one who had other ideas." I let her hold on to me while I help her struggle back into her jeans. "Well, if what just happened wasn't your intention, why did you lure me into the water to begin with?" I say. She laughs and shakes her head. "I guess I just can't resist those abs." I kiss her on the nose and swing her around onto my back, then carry her out of the pool. We leave a sopping wet trail the entire way back to our hotel room. Lake is sprawled across the bed on her stomach, wearing the robe I've fallen in love with. I'm stealing that robe before we leave here. She's flipping through the channels on the TV with the remote, so I crawl onto the bed next to her and take the remote from her hand. "My turn," I say. I flip it to ESPN and she grabs the remote back from me. "It's my honeymoon," she says. "I should get to watch what I want." She turns her attention back to the TV. "Your honeymoon? What am I, an afterthought?" She continues to stare at the TV without responding. She glances at me, then back to the TV. After a few seconds, she shifts her gaze in my direction again, and I'm still staring at her. "What did you say?" she teases. "Were you talking?" I grab the remote from her and press the power button, then chuck it across the room. I grab her wrists and roll her onto her back, pinning her to the bed. "Maybe you need to be reminded who wears the pants in this family." She laughs. "Oh, believe me, I know you wear the pants, Will. You even wear them in the bathtub, remember?" I laugh and kiss her ear. "If I remember correctly, you wore clothes in the shower once, too." "Unwillingly," she laughs. Insanity. After I finish cooking breakfast for the boys, I walk to my bedroom and slip inside, shutting the door behind me. The last thing I need is for them to know Lake spent the night here last night. I sit on the edge of the bed by her feet. If I were to sit any closer, I wouldn't be able to prevent myself from reaching over and touching her, or hugging her, or stroking her hair. It was torture holding her last night while trying to hold back the urge to kiss away her pain. Torture. Not that I didn't give her a light peck after I was sure she was asleep. I might have also told her I loved her after I kissed her hair. Torture. "Lake," I whisper. She doesn't move, so I repeat her name. She rustles slightly, but doesn't open her eyes. She looks so peaceful and serene right now. If I were to wake her up, reality would just hit her again. I stand up and decide to let her have a few more moments of peace. Before I leave the room, I walk to the head of the bed and lightly kiss her on the forehead. "What if she loses weight?" Kel says. "She doesn't need to lose weight," I say as I scoop a spoonful of eggs onto his plate. I walk back to the stove and set the pan down. "Well, if you don't think she's fat and you like to kiss her, then why don't you want her to be your girlfriend?" I spin around and face both of the boys. "I like kissing her?" I ask, afraid of his answer. He just nods and takes a bite of his food. "You kissed her that night you took her on that test date. Lake says you didn't kiss her, but I saw you. She says you can get in a lot of trouble for kissing her and that I didn't see what I thought I saw." "She said that?" I ask. Calder nods. "That's what she told us. But Kel says he saw what he thought he saw, and I believe him. Why would you get in trouble for kissing her anyway?" I wasn't expecting the 3rd degree this early in the morning. I'm too tired to turn this into a life lesson, though. After everything that happened last night and having Lake next to me in my bed, I'm pretty sure I didn't even get an hour of sleep. "Listen, boys," I say, walking back to them. I place my hands on the bar and come face to face with them. Sometimes there are things in life that are out of our control. I can't be Lake's boyfriend, and she can't be my girlfriend. We're not going to get married, and the two of you aren't going to be brothers. Enjoy the fact that you get to be best friends and neighbors." "Is it because you're a teacher?" Calder asks pointedly. I drop my head in my hands. They're relentless and intuitive. "Yes," I say, exasperated. "Yes, it's because I'm a teacher. Teachers cannot ask their students to be their girlfriends and vice versa, so Lake isn't going to be my girlfriend. I'm not going to be her boyfriend. We aren't going to get married. Ever. Now drop it." I walk back to the stove and place lids on all the pans to keep the food warm. I don't know when Lake will wake up, but I need to get these boys fed and out of this house before she walks out of my bedroom. How in hell would I explain to them that teachers and students can't date, but they can sleep in the same bed? After breakfast comes and goes and she's still asleep, I walk the boys over to Julia's. Kel and Calder rush in, but I feel inclined to knock on the door, so I lag behind. When Julia opens the door, she shields her eyes from the sun and looks away. "Sorry, did I wake you up?" She steps aside to let me in and shakes her head. "I don't think I've even slept," she says. She walks back into the living room, so I follow and sit on the sofa. "How is she?" I shrug. "Still asleep. She hasn't come out of the bedroom since she got there last night." Julia nods and leans back into the couch, then rubs her hands on her face. "She's scared, Will. She was so scared when I told her. I knew she would take it badly, but not like this. I wasn't expecting this reaction at all. I need her to be strong when we tell Kel, but I can't tell him when she's this emotional." "It's only been 7 months since her dad died, Julia. Losing a parent is hard, but the possibility of losing both of them at her age is incomprehensible." "Yeah," she whispers. "I guess you would know." She still doesn't seem convinced that Lake's reaction is normal. Everyone reacts differently to devastating news. I didn't even cry right away when I found out my parents died, but that's not to say it wasn't the worst moment of my life. I was on my way to a game when I got the phone call. I was the emergency contact on their records. The person on the other line was telling me there was an accident, and I needed to get to the hospital in Detroit. They wouldn't tell me anything, no matter how much I begged. I tried calling my parents' cell phones several times but never got an answer. I called my grandparents to tell them about the accident, since they were just minutes from the hospital. That was one of the hardest phone calls I've ever had to make. I drove as fast as I could, holding my cell phone in my hand against the steering wheel, keeping a constant eye on it. All I could think of was Calder. I just knew something terrible had happened, and that my parents weren't answering their phones because they wanted to tell me in person. When an hour passed and even my grandparents still hadn't called, I tried their phone for the 5th time. They weren't answering either. I think it was after the 6th time I called them, and they pushed it through to voicemail, that I knew. My parents, Calder, all of them, they were all dead. I pulled up to the emergency room and rushed inside. The first thing I saw was my grandmother doubled over in a chair, crying. No, she wasn't crying. She was wailing. My grandfather had his back to me, but his shoulders were shaking. His entire body was shaking. I stood there and watched them for several minutes, wondering who these people were in front of me. These strong, independent people I had admired and respected and thought the world of. These people that could be broken by nothing. Yet, here they were, broken and weak. The only thing that can break the unbreakable is the unthinkable. I knew the moment I saw them alone in the waiting room that my worst fears were confirmed. They were all dead. I turned around and I walked out. I didn't want to be in there. I had to go outside. I couldn't breathe. When I reached the grass across from the parking lot, I fell to my knees. I didn't cry. Instead, I became physically ill. Over and over, my stomach repelling the truth that I refused to believe. When there was nothing left in me, I fell backward onto the grass and stared up at the sky, the stars staring back at me. Millions of stars staring back at the whole world. A world where parents die and brothers die, and nothing stops to respect that fact. The whole universe just goes and goes, as if nothing has happened, even when one person's entire life is forced to a complete halt. I closed my eyes and thought about him. It had been 2 weeks since I had spoken to him on the phone. I had promised him I'd come up the next weekend to take him to his football game. That was the same weekend Vaughn begged me not to go. She said midterms were in 2 weeks and we needed to spend time together before then, so I called Calder and canceled my trip. That was the last time I had talked to him. The last time I would ever talk to him. Will? I looked up after hearing my grandfather's voice, and he was standing over me, looking down. Will, are you okay? He asked, wiping fresh tears from his defeated eyes. I hated seeing that look in his eyes. I didn't move. I just lay there in the grass, looking up at him, not wanting him to say anything else. I didn't want to hear it. Will, I know, I said quickly, not wanting to hear the words come out of his mouth. He nodded and looked away. Your grandmother wants... I know, I said louder. Maybe you should come. I don't want to. And I didn't want to. I didn't want to set foot back inside that hospital, back inside the building that now housed the 3 of them, lifeless. Will, you need to come. I don't want to! I screamed. My grandfather, My poor grandfather just nodded and sighed. What else could he have done? What else could he have said? My entire life had just been ripped from me, and I wasn't about to listen to reassurances from nurses or doctors or clergymen or even my grandparents. I didn't want to hear it. My grandfather hesitantly took a few steps away from me, leaving me alone in the grass. Before heading back inside, he turned around one last time. It's just that Calder has been asking for you. He's scared. So when you're ready... I immediately snapped my head in his direction. Calder? I said. Calder's not... My grandfather immediately shook his head. No, son. No. Calder's fine. It wasn't until those words came out of his mouth that everything hit me all at once. My chest swelled, and the heat rose to my face, then my eyes. I pulled my hands to my forehead, and I rolled onto my knees, my elbows buried in the grass, and I completely lost it. Sounds came from deep within me that I didn't even know I was capable of. I cried harder than I've ever cried before, harder than I've cried since. I sat on the lawn of that hospital, and I cried tears of joy, because Calder was okay. Are you okay? Julia asks, breaking me out of my trance. I nod, trying to push back the memories of that day. I'm fine. She readjusts her position on the couch and sighs. I don't want her to have to raise Kel, she says. Lake needs the chance to live her own life. I'd never burden her like that. Julia, I say, speaking confidently from experience, it would burden her not to have him. Not having the choice to raise Kel would kill Lake, just like it killed me when I thought I'd lost Calder. It would absolutely devastate her. Julia doesn't respond, indicating I may have crossed my boundaries with that comment. We both sit quietly on the couch for a while. I feel like neither of us has anything else to say, so I stand up. I'll take the boys somewhere this afternoon. I'll make sure Layken wakes up before I go so you guys will have time to talk. Thank you, she says, smiling a genuine smile at me. It feels good. I respect Julia's opinion, and having her disappointed in me feels almost as bad as when Lake is disappointed in me. I nod, then turn and leave. I make my way back inside the house and back into the bedroom where Lake is still sleeping. I ease onto the bed at her side and take a seat. Lake, I whisper, trying to wake her successfully this time. She doesn't move, so I pull the covers off her head. She groans and pulls them back up. Lake, wake up. She kicks her legs, then throws the covers off. It's well past lunchtime, and she acts like she could sleep 12 more hours. She opens her eyes and squints, then finds me sitting next to her. She's got mascara smeared underneath her eyes, some of which is still on my pillowcase. Her hair is in disarray. Her ponytail holder is on the sheet beside her. She looks like hell. A beautiful hell. You really aren't a morning person, I say. She sits up on the bed. Bathroom. Where's your bathroom? I point to the bathroom across the hall and watch as she leaps off the bed and darts for the door. She's definitely awake now, but I can almost guarantee she needs coffee. I go to the kitchen and make us both a cup. When she comes out of the bathroom, I take a seat and place her coffee next to me. What time is it? 1:30. Oh, she says, shocked. Well, your bed's really comfortable. I smile and nudge her shoulder. Apparently. We drink our coffee and she doesn't say anything else. I have no idea where her head is at, so I remain silent, allowing her to think. When we finish our coffee, I put the cups in the sink and tell her I'm taking the boys to a matinee. We're leaving in a few minutes. I'll probably take them to dinner afterwards, so we'll be back around 6. Should give you and your mom time to talk. She frowns at me. What if I don't want to talk? What if I want to go to a matinee? I lean forward across the bar. You don't need to watch a movie. You need to talk to your mom. Let's go. I grab my keys and jacket and head toward the front door. She kicks back in her chair and folds her arms across her chest. I just woke up. The caffeine hasn't even kicked in yet. Can I stay here for a while? She's practically pouting, her bottom lip sticking out, pleading with me. I stare at her mouth a beat too long. I think she notices because she pulls on her bottom lip with her teeth and her cheeks flush. I shake my head slightly, pulling my gaze away from her mouth. Fine, I say, snapping out of my trance. I walk over to her and kiss her on the forehead. But not all day. You need to talk to her. I walk away, fully aware of the fact that the forehead kiss was probably crossing the line. However, the fact that she slept in my bed last night has already muddied the waters. The line isn't so black and white anymore. I'm pretty sure gray just became my new favorite color. It's been over 5 hours since I left with the boys, so Lake and Julia probably have had a chance to sort everything out. I tell Kel to stay the night with me to give them more time to adjust. I unlock the front door and follow the boys into the living room. We all come to a halt, not expecting to find Lake on my living room floor. There are dozens of white index cards sprawled out in front of her. What the hell is she doing? What are you doing? Calder says, verbalizing my exact thoughts. Alphabetizing, she replies without looking up. Alphabetizing what? I say. Everything. First I did the movies, then I did the CDs. Calder, I did the books in your room. I did a few of your games, but some of those started with numbers, so I put the numbers first, then the titles. I point to the piles in front of me. These are recipes. I found them on top of the fridge. I'm alphabetizing them by category first, like beef, lamb, pork, poultry. Then behind the categories, I'm alphabetizing them by... Guys, go to Kel's. Let Julia know you're back, I say without looking at them. The boys don't move. They continue to stare at Lake. Now! I yell. They listen this time, opening the door and disappearing outside. I slowly walk to the couch and sit down. I'm afraid to say anything. Something is off. She seems so... chipper. You're the teacher, she says. She looks at me and winks. Should I put baked potato soup behind potato or soup? What the hell? She's in denial. Intense denial. Stop, I say. I'm not returning her smile. I don't know what happened with her mom today, but whatever is going on with her needs to stop. She needs to confront this. I can't stop, silly. I'm halfway finished. If I stop now, you won't know where to find... She picks up a random card off the floor. Jerk chicken? I glance around the living room and notice the DVDs have all been arranged next to my television. I stand and slowly walk to the kitchen, eyeing the surroundings. Did she clean the damn baseboards? I knew I shouldn't have left her today. Good God, I bet she cleaned the entire house and never even went to talk to her mother. I walk to my bedroom, and my bed is made. Not only is it made, it's perfect. I hesitate before opening my closet door, afraid of what I might find. My shoes have all been rearranged. My shirts have all been moved to the right side of the closet, and my pants are on the left. The way they're hung, their colors move from light to dark. She color-coded my closet? I'm afraid to complete the inspection. There's no telling what all she did to this house. She probably left nothing untouched. Shit. I rush to the bed and open the nightstand. I pull the book out and open it, but the receipt for her chocolate milk doesn't look like it's been touched. I breathe a sigh of relief, glad she didn't see it, then put the book back where it was. How embarrassing would that have been? I walk back into the living room, more aware of the spotless condition of my house than before. She's been a little too busy, which can only mean one thing. She's still avoiding her mother. You color-coded my closet? I say. I'm glaring at her from the hallway entrance. She shrugs and smiles, like this is any other day. Will, it wasn't that hard. You wear like 3 different color shirts. When she giggles, it makes me wince. She has to stop this. Her denial isn't good for her, and it certainly isn't going to be good for Kel when Julia tells him. I walk swiftly across the room and bend down to snatch up the cards. We're about to have a serious sit-down. Will, stop! That took me a long time. She begins to grab the cards as I pick them up. I realize we aren't getting anywhere, so I throw down the cards and try to pull her up off the floor. I need her to look me in the eyes and calm down. That doesn't happen. She actually starts kicking at me. She's literally kicking me. She's acting like a damn child. Let me go! She yells. I'm not done! I let go of her hands as she asked, and she falls back to the floor. I walk to the kitchen and grab an empty pitcher from under the sink and fill it up with water. I know I'll regret this, but she needs to snap out of it. I walk back to the living room and she doesn't even acknowledge me. I extend my arm and flip the pitcher upside down on top of her head. What the hell? She screams. She throws her hands up in shock, then looks up at me with pure hatred. I realize once she lunges at me that perhaps this wasn't the best idea. Not enough water, maybe? When she stands up and tries to hit me, I grab her arm and wrap it behind her back, then move behind her while I push her toward the bathroom. Once we're inside, I wrap my arms around her and forcefully pick her up. There's no other way to do it. She's doing her best to attack me, and she's almost succeeding. I hold her against the wall of the shower with one arm and turn the water on with the other. As soon as the water splashes across her face, she gasps, "Jerk! Jackass! Asshole!" I adjust the faucet and look her in the eyes. Take a shower, Layken! Take a damn shower! I release my hold and back away from her. When I shut the bathroom door, I hold the doorknob in case she tries to get out. Sure enough, she tries. Let me out, Will! Now! She beats on the door and jiggles the knob. Layken, I'm not letting you out of the bathroom until you take off your clothes, get in the shower, wash your hair, and calm down. I continue to hold the doorknob until I hear the shower curtain close a minute later. When I'm confident she isn't going to try to get out again, I put my shoes on and walk across the street to grab her some extra clothes. Is she okay? Julia asks as soon as she opens the door. She motions behind her to let me know Kel and Calder can hear our conversation. A little too okay, I whisper. She's acting strange. Did you guys talk today? Julia nods, but doesn't elaborate. It's obvious she doesn't want to risk being overheard by Kel. She's in the shower. I came to get her a change of clothes, I say, skirting the subject. Julia nods and steps aside, then walks toward the kitchen. You can grab some out of her bedroom. Last door on the right, she says. I'm in the middle of washing dishes. She returns to the sink, and I hesitate, a little uncomfortable at the thought of going into Lake's bedroom. I walk down the hallway and slowly open her door. When I do, it's not what I expect. I don't know if I thought it would be a typical teenager's bedroom, but I'm pleasantly surprised that there aren't posters on the walls and black lights on the ceiling. It's surprisingly mature for an 18-year-old. I walk to her dresser and pull the top drawer open, removing a tank top. When I open the next drawer to look for pants, I'm met with a drawer full of bras and panties. I feel somewhat guilty, knowing that she has no idea I'm in her room right now. I tell myself to just grab a pair and shut the drawer, but I begin scrolling through all of the contents, imagining what they would look like on her. Damn it, Will! I grab a pair on top and slam the drawer shut, then search until I find some pajama bottoms. When I shut the last drawer, the tank top falls out of my hands and lands on the floor. I bend over to pick it up, and a barrette catches my eye. It looks like a child's hair barrette. I pick it up and hold it between my fingers, curious why she would keep something so old. She used to think it was magic, Julia says from the doorway. I whip my head around, startled by her voice. This? I say, holding up the barrette. Julia nods, then walks into the bedroom and sits on the bed. When she was a little girl, her dad walked in right after she had cut a huge chunk of her bangs off. She was crying, scared I would be mad at her. So he brushed some hair over and snapped the clip in place. He told her it was magic, and that as long as she kept that clip in her hair, I wouldn't notice. I laugh, trying to imagine Lake with a chunk of her bangs missing. I guess you noticed? Julia laughs. Oh, it was so obvious, horribly obvious. She cut a 3-inch strip right out of the front of her hair. Her dad called to warn me and told me not to say anything. It was so hard. It took her hair months to grow back out, and she looked ridiculous. But I couldn't say anything because every single day she woke up, the first thing she did was put that clip in her hair, so I wouldn't know. Wow, I say. She was strong-willed even then, huh? Julia smiles. You have no idea. I've never met a person with a more indomitable will in my life. I bend down and put the clip back where I found it, then turn back to Julia. She's looking down at her hands, picking at her nails. She looks just like Lake right now, but somehow even sadder. She hates me right now, Will. She doesn't understand where I'm coming from. She wants Kel, but I don't know if I can do that to her. I don't even know if it's my place to be giving her advice, but she seems to be soliciting it. I just know I've been in Lake's shoes, and nothing could have stopped me from taking Calder from my grandparents' house that night. I tuck Lake's clothes underneath my arm and head to the door, then turn back toward Julia. Maybe you should try to understand where she's coming from. Kel is the only thing she'll have left. The only thing. And right now, she feels like you're trying to take that away from her, too. Julia looks up at me. I'm not trying to take him away from her. I just want her to be happy. Happy? Julia, I say, her father just died. You're about to die. She's 18 and she's facing a lifetime without the two people she loves the most. Nothing you can do will make her happy. Her world is being ripped out from under her, and she has absolutely no control over it. The least you could do is let her have a little bit of say-so over the only thing she'll have left. Because I can tell you from experience, Calder is the only thing that kept me going. You're taking Kel away from her because you think it'll improve her situation? It's the absolute worst thing you could do to either of them. Fearing I've overstepped my bounds again, I walk out of the bedroom and make my way back across the street. I open the door to the bathroom and slip inside. I set the clothes and a towel down on the counter, then glance up to the mirror. It's mostly fogged over, but clear enough that I can see the shower in the reflection. There's a section a few inches wide where the wall should meet the shower curtain, but it's pulled slightly back. Lake's foot is propped up against the porcelain tub and she's shaving her legs. She's using my razor. And my shower. And her clothes are on the floor, next to my feet. Not on her. She's 3 feet from me without her clothes on. It's one of the worst days of her life, and I'm sitting here thinking about how she's not wearing anything. Asshole. If I had any semblance of a decent conscience at all, I'd have never allowed her into my house last night to begin with. Now I'm watching the razor glide up her ankle, praying she's too upset to go home for at least one more night. Just one more night. I'm not ready to let her go. I quietly back out of the bathroom and shut the door behind me. I head straight to the kitchen sink and splash water on my face. I grip the edge of the counter and take a deep breath, preparing my earth-shattering apology for when she comes storming out of the bathroom. She's so pissed at me right now for yelling at her and throwing her into the shower. I don't blame her. I'm sure there was an easier way I could have calmed her down. "I need a towel!" she yells from the bathroom. I walk to the edge of the hallway. "It's on the sink. So are your clothes." I go back to the living room and sit on the couch in a lame attempt to appear casual. Maybe if I don't seem so pissed anymore, she'll remain calm. God, I can't stand the thought of her being mad at me for another day. The day she recited her poem in class was probably the hardest knock my heart has ever taken from a girl, and it happened in front of 17 other students. I realized none of them knew I was her target other than Gavin, but still, it felt like I'd taken over 30 bullets straight to the heart with each insult that came out of her mouth. The door to the bathroom begins to open, and my attempt at casual goes out the window. I jump over the back of the couch, wanting nothing more than to hold her and apologize for everything I did tonight. When she sees me rushing toward her, her eyes grow big, and she backs up to the wall. I wrap my arms around her and squeeze her tight. "I'm sorry, Lake. I'm sorry I did that. You were just losing it," I say in my best attempt to excuse my actions. Rather than try to hit me, she wraps her arms around my neck, causing my chest to tighten as I attempt to hold on to my willpower before it slips away from me again. "It's okay," she says softly. "I kinda sorta had a bad day." I want nothing more than to stifle her words with my mouth right now. I want to tell her how much I need her, how much I love her, how no matter how bad things get for her, I'll be by her through every second of it. But I don't. Because of Julia, I don't. I reluctantly pull back and place my arms on her shoulders. "So we're friends? You aren't going to try to punch me again?" "Friends," she says with a forced smile. I can tell she wants to be my friend about as much as I want to be hers. I have to turn away from her and head down the hallway before the words, "I love you," fall helplessly from my mouth. "How was the matinee?" she asks from behind me. I can't make small talk. We need to get to the heart of why she's here, or I'm going to forget she's not here for me. "Did you talk to your mom?" I ask. "Geez, deflect much?" "Did you talk to her? Please don't tell me you spent the entire day cleaning." I continue into the kitchen and grab 2 glasses. She takes a seat at the bar. "No, not the entire day. We talked." "And?" I ask. "And she has cancer." Damn that indomitable Will. I roll my eyes at her stubbornness and walk to the refrigerator, removing the milk. When I begin to pour it into her glass, she turns away from the bar and flips her head over, then pulls the towel off her head. Her hair falls around her and she brushes at the tangles with her fingers. She smooths out the strands, working her fingers through them delicately. What I wouldn't give to touch. Crap! I realize just as she glances up that I've poured way too much milk. It's trickling down my hand and onto the counter. I quickly wipe it up with a hand towel. Please tell me she didn't see that. I grab the powdered chocolate out of the cabinet and a spoon, then stir some chocolate into her cup. Will she be okay? No, probably not. I should know better than to ask close-ended questions with her, but I haven't asked Julia any details, and I'm curious. But she's getting treatment? She rolls her eyes and looks incredibly annoyed. She's dying, Will. Dying. She'll probably be dead within the year, maybe less than that. They're just doing chemo to keep her comfortable. While she dies. 'Cause she'll be dead. Because she's dying. There. Is that what you wanted to hear? Her response sends a surge of guilt through me. I'm doing the exact thing to her that I hated having done to me. Forcing her to talk about something she hasn't even accepted yet. I decide to drop it. She'll come to this on her own terms. I walk to the freezer and grab a handful of ice, then drop it into her cup, sliding it across the counter to her. On the rocks. She looks down at the chocolate milk and smiles. Thanks, she says. She finishes her drink in silence. When the glass is empty, she stands up from the bar and walks to the living room. She lies down on the floor and stretches her arms above her head. Turn the lights off, she says. I just want to listen for a while. I turn out the lights, then walk to where she is and lower myself onto the floor beside her. She's quiet, but the stress radiates from her. She doesn't want me to raise Kel, she whispers. She wants to give him to Brenda. I inhale a deep breath, understanding completely where her pain is coming from. I reach out across the floor until I find her hand, and I hold it, wanting more than anything for her to know she's not alone in this. My eyes snap open at the sound of Eddie's voice. I sit up on the floor, shocked that I even fell asleep, and see Lake watching Eddie walk out the door. Shit! What the hell was Eddie doing in my house? Why would Lake even let her in? I'm getting fired. That's it. I'm done. After the door closes behind Eddie, Lake turns around and sees me sitting up on the floor. She purses her lips and tries to smile, but she knows I'm not happy. What the hell was she doing here? She shrugs. Visiting? She mutters. Checking on me? She has no idea what kind of jeopardy she just put my entire career in. Damn it, Layken! I push myself off the floor and throw my hands in the air, defeated. Are you trying to get me fired? Are you that selfish that you don't give a crap about anyone else's problems? Do you know what would happen if she let it get out that you spent the night here? Lake's eyes dart down to the floor. Oh, God, she knows. Eddie already knows. I take a step closer to her and she glances up at me again. Does she know you spent the night here? I demand. She looks down at her lap. Layken, what does she know? She doesn't look at me, which answers my question. Christ, Layken. Go home. She nods, then walks to the door. She slips her shoes on and pauses before she leaves, looking at me apologetically. I'm standing in the middle of the living room with my hands clasped behind my head, watching her. As mad as I am right now, it hurts to let her go. I know she needs me, but there's so much we both need to process at this point. Besides, she needs to be home with her mother. Being here instead of at her own house isn't helping her confront her situation at all. A tear rolls down her cheek, and she quickly turns away. Lake, I say softly, dropping my hands to my sides. I can't let her leave with the added stress of my outburst lingering in her mind. I walk to the door where she's standing and reach down and touch her fingers, then take her hand in mine. She allows me to hold her hand, but she doesn't face me again. She keeps one hand on the front door and sniffs, her head still focused on the floor. This girl, in love with the boy she can't have, grieving the death of her father, only to find out she's about to grieve the death of the only adult left in her life. This girl, who's being told she can't keep the only family member she has left. I squeeze her hand and rub my thumb over her ears. She slowly turns to meet my eyes. Seeing the pain behind them and knowing that a lot of it is because of me reminds me of all the reasons I need to let her go. Her mother, my career, her reputation, mine and Calder's future, her future, doing the right thing, the responsible thing. Out of all the reasons I can come up with for her to go, there's only one reason I can come up with for her to stay. I love her. This one reason for her to stay is the only reason that derives from pure selfishness. If I continue whatever this is with her, it'll be completely selfish of me. I'll be putting everything I've worked for and everyone I love at risk just to fulfill my own desires. I drop her hand. Go home, Layken. She needs you. I turn around. I walk away. Chapter 14. The Honeymoon. I'm holding her hand now, and I have no intentions of letting her walk out of my life again. Lake can see the regret I have over that night, so she takes my face in her hands and smiles reassuringly at me. You do realize you are the most selfless person I know, right? I shake my head. Lake, I'm not selfless. I put so much at risk every time I was around you, but I still couldn't control myself. It's like I couldn't breathe unless I was near you. You are not selfish. We were in love. Really in love. You warred with yourself to do the right thing, and that says so much about your character. I respect you for that, Will Cooper. I knew I married her for a reason. I grab the back of her neck and pull her forehead toward mine and kiss it. She lays her head on my chest and wraps her arm around me. Besides, there's no way you could have been perfect the whole time we were forced apart, she says. It's just too hard to not love me, considering how irresistible I am. I laugh and flip her off me and onto her back. You got that right, I say, tickling her ribs. I try to straddle her and pin her down, but she squirms beneath me and somehow breaks free, scooting off the bed. I grab her wrist and she pulls back, yanking me forward. She turns and tries to break free but trips over the desk chair. I grab her wrist just as she falls to the floor, then I slide on top of her and pin her wrists to the carpet. See how irresistible I am? She laughs. You won't even let me off the butterflying bed without you. My eyes drink in every inch of her from head to toe. Maybe if you'd put on some clothes, I'd feel less inclined to attack you. She pulls one of her hands from mine and reaches to the chair above her head where her robe landed earlier. Fine, she says, yanking it off the chair. I'll wear this until we leave tomorrow. I grab the robe from her hands and toss it behind me. The hell you will. I told you what you were allowed to wear on this honeymoon, and that robe wasn't on the list. Well, everything that was on the list is sort of soaking wet, thanks to you. I laugh. That's only inconvenient for anyone who isn't me. As soon as I kiss her, she finds the one spot on my stomach that's ticklish, and she attacks. I'm immediately off her, trying to get away from her hands. I hop back onto the bed and she jumps on top of me. Once I realize she has me pinned to the bed, I immediately give up and let her win. Who wouldn't? Fun should have been the fourth thing on my mom's list, she says, dropping herself beside me, breathless from the effort she spent trying to attack me. I cock my eyebrow, curious about what list she's referring to. She sees I'm not following, so she elaborates. She said there were 3 things every woman should look for in a man. Having fun with him wasn't on the list, but I think it should be. She sits up and scoots back to the headboard. Tell me about a fun time, a happy time. I need a break from all the sad memories for a while. I think back to the months after we first met and struggle to come up with a positive one. It's hard, Lake. There were happy moments, but not really happy times. There was so much heartache under the surface of that entire year. Then tell me one of your happy moments. Carving pumpkins. It's almost 5, so after I unload the groceries, I walk across the street to get Calder. Julia and Lake need to talk, so I think I'll offer to take Kel for a while, too. Before I knock, I take a deep breath and prepare for whatever reaction Lake might have. I gave her detention today, so I could talk to her and Eddie. Then I just left her and Eddie a blubbering mess in my classroom. I'm not sure if she's pissed at me right now, but I felt like I needed to make a point, which is the only reason I did it. Whether or not Lake got my point, I guess I'm about to find out. When the door opens, I'm shocked to see Calder. Hey, buddy, you answering doors here now? He smiles and grabs my hand, pulling me inside. We're carving pumpkins for Halloween. Come on, Julia bought one for you, too. No, it's fine. I'll carve mine another time. I just wanted to bring you home so they can have some family time. I look up to see the 4 of them sitting at the bar carving pumpkins. I know Lake hasn't had a chance to talk with Julia since she had to have just gotten home, so I'm a little confused at the serene family appearing in front of me. Julia pulls out a chair and pats it, indicating she wants me to stay. Sit down, Will. We're just carving pumpkins tonight. That's all we're doing, just carving pumpkins. It's obvious from her tone that Lake must have told her she doesn't want to talk about it again. That doesn't surprise me. Okay, then. I guess we're carving pumpkins. I sit in the chair Julia pulled out for me, directly across from Lake. We glance at each other as I take my seat. Her expression is soft, but not very telling. I don't know how she feels about what I said during detention today, but if her expression is any indication, she doesn't seem angry. She almost seems apologetic. Why were you so late getting home today, Layken? Kel asks. I glance away just as Lake snaps her head in his direction. I focus my attention on the pumpkin in front of me. Eddie and I had detention, she says matter-of-factly. Detention? What were you in detention for? Julia asks. I can feel the blood pooling in my cheeks. Lie to her, Lake. We skipped class last week, took a nap in the courtyard. That's my girl. I silently let out a sigh of relief. Lake, why would you do something like that? What class did you skip? Julia asks, obviously disappointed. Lake doesn't respond, which causes me to look up. She and Julia are both staring at me. She skipped my class, I laugh. What was I supposed to do? Julia laughs and pats me on the back. I'm buying you supper for that. I walk to the door with Julia when the pizza arrives and take it from the delivery guy while she pays him. I set it on the counter and make the boys a plate. I want to try this suckin' sweet Kel keeps telling me about, Julia says after we all sit down. Lake looks up at her, confused about what suckin' sweet is, but she doesn't ask for an explanation. Good idea. I'll go first. Show you guys how it's done, I say. I take a sip of my drink and start with my suck. Mrs. Alex was my suck today, I say. Who's Mrs. Alex, and why was she your suck? Julia asks. She's the secretary and... let's just say she favors me. Today I had to go turn in my absentee reports. We always place them in our boxes before the end of the day, and Mrs. Alex collects them all in order to enter them into the system. When I looked at my name on my box, there were 2 purple hearts doodled over the O's in my last name. Mrs. Alex is the only one who writes with purple ink. Lake and Julia both burst out laughing. "Mrs. Alex has a crush on you?" Lake says, laughing. "She's old and married." I smile and nod, a little embarrassed. I try to turn my focus back to Julia, but seeing Lake finally laughing is captivating. It's amazing how one smile from her can shift the mood of my entire day. Lake sighs and leans back in her chair. "So are you supposed to say a suite now? Is that how this works?" I nod, unable to look away from her. Her smile meets her eyes, and even though I know she has a lot to deal with in the coming days, I feel a sense of relief just seeing her happiness break through, if only for a moment. The fact that she can still find something positive in her current situation reassures me that she'll be okay. "My suite?" I say, staring directly at her. "My suite is right now." For a moment, it's just the 2 of us in the room. I don't hear or think about or acknowledge anyone else around us. She smiles at me, and I smile back, and neither of us breaks our stare. It's as if a silent truce occurs between us and all is suddenly right in our little 2-person world. Julia clears her throat and leans forward. "Okay, I think we know how to play now," she says, interrupting our moment. I glance at Julia, and she's looking at the boys. "Kel, you go next," Julia says, pretending not to have noticed my and Lake's little moment. I watch Kel, forcing myself to avoid looking at Lake again. If I do, I won't be able to stop myself from jumping over the bar and kissing her. "My suck is that I still can't think of what to be for Halloween," Kel says. "My suite is that Will agreed to take us geocaching again this weekend." "I'm taking you geocaching?" This is the first I've heard of it. "You are?" Kel says sarcastically. "Aw, gee, Will, that sounds like fun. I'd love to go geocaching this weekend." I laugh and look over at Calder. "Your turn." He nudges his head toward Kel. "Same thing," he says. "That's a cop-out," Julia says to Calder. "You have to be original." Calder rolls his eyes. "Fine," he groans, setting down his pizza. "My suck today is that my best friend's suck is that he can't think of what he wants to be for Halloween. My sweet is that my best friend's sweet is that Will agreed to take us geocaching this weekend." "You're such a smart-ass," I say to Calder. "My turn," Julia says. "My sweet today is that we got to carve pumpkins together." She leans back in her chair and smiles at all of us. I glance at Lake, and she's staring down at her hands, folded in front of her on the table. She's picking at her nail polish, something I noticed she does when she's stressed, just like Julia. I know she's thinking what I'm thinking, that this is more than likely Julia's last time to carve pumpkins. Lake brings her hand to her eyes, and it looks like she's trying to stop a tear from falling. I quickly turn to Julia to remove any focus from Lake. "What's your suck?" I ask. Julia continues to watch Lake when she responds. "My suck is the same as my sweet," Julia says quietly. "We're still carving pumpkins." I'm beginning to understand that carving pumpkins has taken on a whole new meaning. Lake immediately stands up and grabs empty plates off the bar, completely ignoring her mother's gaze. "My suck is that it's my night to do the dishes," Lake says. She walks to the sink and turns on the water. Kel and Calder begin discussing Halloween costumes again, so Julia and I help throw out a few ideas. No one ever asks Lake what her sweet is. Chapter 15. The Honeymoon. I did have a sweet that night, she says. Remember the conversation we had when we took the trash out? When you told me about the first time you saw me? I nod. That was my sweet. Having that moment with you. All the little moments I got with you were always my sweets. She kisses me on the forehead. That was my sweet, too, I say. That and the intense stare you gave me while we were playing Suck and Sweet. She laughs. If you only knew what I was thinking. I cock my eyebrow at her. Naughty thoughts? As soon as you said, my sweet is right now, I wanted to jump across the bar and ravish you, she says. I laugh. I never would have thought we were both thinking the exact same thing. I wonder what your mom would have done if we had both attacked each other right there on the bar. She would have kicked your ass, she says. She rolls onto her side and faces the other direction. Spoon me, she says. I scoot closer to her and slide my arm underneath her head, wrapping my other arm tightly around her. She yawns a deep yawn into her pillow. Tell me about the lake. I want to know why you wrote it. I kiss her hair and rest my head on her pillow. I wrote it the next night, after we had lasagna with your mom, I say. When we all sat around the table that night and discussed how things with the boys were going to be handled during her treatments, I realized that you had done it. You were doing exactly what I wished my parents had done before they died. You were taking responsibility. You were preparing for the inevitable. You were facing death head-on, and you were doing it without fear. I put my leg over her legs and tuck her in closer to me. Every time I was around you, you inspired me to write, and I didn't want to write about anything but you. She tilts her head back toward me. That was on the list, she says. Your mom's list? Yeah. Does he inspire you is one of the questions. Do I inspire you? Every single day, she whispers. I kiss her forehead. Well, like I said, you inspired me too. I knew I already loved you long before then, but that night at dinner, something just clicked inside me. It's like every time we were together, all was right with the world. I had assumed, just like your mom did, that staying apart would help you focus on her, but we were both wrong. I knew that the only way either of us could have been truly happy is if we were together. I wanted you to wait for me. I wanted you to wait for me so bad, but I didn't know how to tell you without crossing some sort of boundary. The next night at the Slam, when I saw you walk in, I couldn't stop myself from performing that piece so you would hear it. I knew it was wrong, but I wanted you to know how much I thought about you, how much I really did love you. She rolls over and scowls at me. What do you mean when you saw me walk in? You said you didn't know I was there until you saw me leaving. I shrug. I lied. The lake. As soon as I step up to the microphone, I see her. She walks through the doors and heads straight for a booth, never once looking up at the stage. My heart rate speeds up and beads of sweat form on my forehead, so I wipe them away with the palm of my hand. I'm not sure if it's from the heat of the spotlight or the onslaught of nerves that have just overcome me seeing her walk through the door. I can't perform this poem now. Not with her here. Why is she here? She said she wasn't coming tonight. I take a step away from the microphone to gather my thoughts. Should I do it anyway? If I do it, she'll know exactly how I feel about her. That could be good. Maybe if I go ahead and do it, I could gauge her reaction and know if asking her to wait for me is the right thing to do. I want her to wait for me. I want her to wait for me so bad. I don't want to think about her ever allowing anyone besides me to love her. She needs to know how I feel about her before I'm too late. I shake the tension out of my shoulders. I step up to the microphone, brush away my doubt, and say the words that will strip away everything but the truth. I used to love the ocean, everything about her coral reefs, her white caps, her roaring waves, the rocks they lap, her pirate legends and mermaid tales, treasures lost and treasures held, and all of her fish in the sea. Yes, I used to love the ocean, everything about her, the way she would sing me to sleep as I lay in my bed, then wake me with a force that I soon came to dread. Her fables, her lies, her misleading eyes, I'd drain her dry if I cared enough to. I used to love the ocean, everything about her coral reefs, her white caps, her roaring waves, the rocks they lap, her pirate legends and mermaid tales, treasures lost and treasures held, and all of her fish in the sea. Well, if you've ever tried navigating your sailboat through her stormy seas, you would realize that her whitecaps are your enemies. If you've ever tried swimming ashore when your leg gets a cramp, and you just had a huge meal of In-N-Out burgers that's weighing you down, and her roaring waves are knocking the wind out of you, filling your lungs with water as you flail your arms, trying to get someone's attention, but your friends just wave back at you? And if you've ever grown up with dreams in your head about life, and how one of these days you would pirate your own ship and have your own crew, and that all of the mermaids would love only you, well, you would realize, like I eventually realized, that all the good things about her, all the beautiful, it's not real. It's fake. So you keep your ocean. I'll take the lake. I close my eyes and exhale, not sure what to do next. Do I walk to the booth where she's sitting? Do I wait and let her come find me? I slowly back away from the microphone and walk toward the side stairs, taking them one by one, afraid of what, if anything, might happen next. I know I need to see her. When I reach the back of the room, she isn't in the booth anymore. I walk toward the front of the club, toward the stage, in case she came to find me up here. She's nowhere. After looking around for several minutes, I see Eddie and Gavin sliding into the booth Lake was seated in just moments ago. What are they doing here? Lake said none of them were coming. Thank God they're late. I wouldn't have wanted Gavin to hear that piece. I walk over to them and attempt to appear casual, but my entire body is nervous and tense. "Hey, Will," Gavin says. "You want to sit with us?" I shake my head. "Not yet. Have you guys—" I pause, not really wanting Gavin to give me one of his looks again when he finds out I'm looking for Lake. "Have you guys seen Layken?" Gavin leans back in the booth and cocks an eyebrow. "Yeah," Eddie says with a grin on her face. "She said she was leaving. She was headed toward the back parking lot of the club, but I just found her purse right here," she says, holding up a purse. "She'll be back as soon as she realizes she doesn't have it." She left? I immediately turn and head toward the door without saying another word to either of them. If she stayed for the whole poem and just up and left, I must have pissed her off. Why did I not switch poems? Why didn't I think about how it would make her feel? I swing the door open and immediately round the corner toward the back parking lot. Frantic to catch her before she drives away, I find myself switching from a brisk walk to a jog, then to a desperate sprint. I spot her Jeep, but she isn't inside it. I spin around searching for her, but I don't see her. I turn to walk back and check the club again, and I hear her voice, coupled with someone else's. It sounds like a guy. My fists immediately clench, worried for her safety. I don't like the thought of her being out here alone with someone else, so I follow the sound of the voices until I see her. Until I see them. She's backed up against Javi's truck, her hands on his chest, his hands on her cheeks. Seeing his lips meshed with hers pulls a reaction from deep within me that I didn't even know I was capable of. The only thing running through my head at this point is how the hell to get this asshole off of her. Of all the guys she could choose to help her move on from me, it sure as hell isn't going to be Javi. Before I can even contemplate a more sane decision, my hands have hold of his shirt and I'm pulling him away from her. When he trips and falls onto his back, I drop my knee onto his chest and punch him. As soon as my fist meets his jaw, I realize it took all of 3 seconds to throw away every single thing I've worked for. There is no way I'm getting out of this predicament with a job. My split-second realization is enough distraction to allow Javi to regain his footing and deliver a punch right to my eye, sending me back to the ground before I can react. I press my hand against my eye and feel the warm blood seeping through my fingers. I hear Lake yelling for him to stop. Or she's yelling for me to stop. Or maybe both of us. I stand up and open my eyes just as Lake jumps in front of Javi. She's hurled forward when Javi hits her in the back with a blow that was obviously intended for me. She gasps and falls against me. "Lake!" I yell, rolling her onto her back. As soon as I confirm she's conscious, I'm consumed by rage, vengeance, hatred. I want to kill this asshole. I grab the door handle of the car nearest me and pull myself up. Javi is making his way toward Lake, apologizing. I don't give him time to make amends. I hit him with every ounce of force behind my fist and watch as he falls to the ground. I kneel and hit him again, this time for Lake. As soon as I pull my fist back to hit him again, Gavin jerks me off him, sending us both backward. Gavin has hold of both my arms from behind and is yelling for me to calm down. I yank my arms away from him and stand up, intent on getting Lake out of here, away from Javi. She's probably beyond pissed at me right now, but the feeling is pretty damn mutual. She's sitting up, clutching her chest, attempting to take a breath. As much as I want to yell at her, I'm immediately overcome by worry when I realize she's hurting. I just want to get her away from everyone. I take her hand and pull her up, then wrap my arm around her waist to help her walk. "I'm taking you home." When we reach my car, I help her inside and shut her door, then walk around to my side of the car. Before I get in, I take several deep breaths in an attempt to calm myself down. I can't imagine what possessed her to allow him to kiss her after seeing me practically confess my love for her on stage. Does she not even give a shit anymore? I close my eyes and inhale through my nose, then open the door and climb in. I pull out of the parking lot, unable to form a thought, much less a coherent sentence. My hands are shaking. My heart is about to beat out of my chest. I probably need stitches, and my career is now in jeopardy. But the only thing I can think about is the fact that she kissed him. She kissed him. The thought consumes me the entire drive. She hasn't said a single thing, so she has to be feeling pretty guilty right now. As soon as I feel the urge to turn to her and tell her exactly what I think of her actions tonight, I choose to get out of the car instead. It's better for both of us if I get a breather. I can't keep this all in anymore. I pull the car over to the side of the road and punch the steering wheel. I can see her flinch out of the corner of my eye, but she says nothing. I swing the car door open and quickly get out before I say something I'll regret. I start walking in an attempt to clear my head. It doesn't help. When I'm at least 50 yards away from the car, I bend down and pick up a handful of gravel, then throw it at nothing. "Shit!" I yell. "Shit, shit, shit!" I'm not sure at this point what or why or who I'm even mad at. Lake is in no way tied to me. She can date whoever she wants. She can kiss whoever she wants. The fact that I overreacted isn't her fault at all. I should never have performed that poem. I freaked her out. We were finally in a good spot, and I went and screwed it all up. Again. I tilt my head up to the sky and close my eyes, allowing the cold flakes of snow to fall on my face. I can feel the tightness and pressure increasing near my eye. It hurts like hell. I hope Javi is hurting worse than I am. Asshole. I throw another rock, then walk back toward the car. We drive home with so much that needs to be said, but not a single word spoken. When we get to my house, I help her onto the couch, then walk to my kitchen and grab an ice pack out of the freezer. The tension between us has never been thicker, but I can't bring myself to talk to her about it. I don't want to know why she ran after I performed. I don't want to know why she ran to Javi, of all people. I sure as hell don't want to know why she kissed him. Her eyes are closed when I reach the couch again. She looks so peaceful just lying there. I watch her for a moment, wishing I knew what the hell was going through her head, but I refuse to ask. I can carve pumpkins just as well as she can. I kneel beside her and her eyes flick open. She looks at me with horror and reaches up to my eye. "Will, your eye!" "It's fine, I'll be fine," I say, shaking it off. She pulls her hand back, and I lean forward and grasp the bottom edge of her shirt. "Do you mind?" I say, asking permission to lift her shirt. She shakes her head, so I pull the shirt up over her back. She's already got a bruise from where that asswipe punched her. I lay the ice pack over her injury, then pull her shirt back down on top of it. I walk to the front door and leave her on the couch as I make my way across the street to inform Julia. When I knock on the door, it takes her a while to finally answer. When she sees me standing there with blood on my face, she immediately gasps Lake's name. "She's okay," I quickly say. "There was a fight at the club and she was hit in the back. She's on my couch." Before I can say anything else, Julia shoves past me and runs across the street. When I finally make my way back into my living room, she's holding Lake in her arms. Julia takes her hand and helps her up. I hold the door open as they both walk out. Lake doesn't even make eye contact with me when she leaves. I shut the door behind them, then head to the bathroom and begin cleaning my injury. When I've got it bandaged up, I grab my phone and text Gavin. "If I come pick you up first thing in the morning, can you go with me to get Lake's Jeep and drive it back to Ypsi?" I hit send and sit down on the couch. I can't even wrap my mind around everything that's happened tonight. I feel like I'm living someone else's dream, someone else's nightmare. "How early?" "Early. I have to be at the school by 7:30. Is 6 okay?" "I'll do it under one condition. If you don't get fired tomorrow, I'm exempt from every single assignment for the rest of the year." "See you at 6. He opens the passenger door and climbs inside. Before I've even backed out of his driveway, he lays into me. "You realize you screwed up, right? Do you know who Javier's father is? If you even have a job to go back to today, you won't have it by this afternoon." I nod, but don't respond. "What the hell prompted you to kick a student's ass, Will?" I sigh and pull onto the main road, keeping my eyes focused in front of me. "I know whatever happened had to do with Layken. But what the hell did Javi do? You were pummeling him like he was your punching bag. Please tell me it was self-defense, so you at least have a chance at keeping your job. Was it self-defense? He asks, looking straight at me for an answer. I shake my head no. He sighs, then leans forcefully back against his seat. And then you take her home! Why the hell would you let her in your car alone in front of him? That's enough to get you fired without even kicking his ass. Why the hell did you kick his ass? I look over at him. Gavin, I screwed up. I realize this. You can shut the hell up now. He nods and props his leg on the dash and doesn't say another word. It's the first time I've ever made it into the office before Mrs. Alex. It's eerily quiet, and for a moment, I actually wish she were here. I walk around her desk toward Mr. Murphy's office. I glance inside, and he's casually seated at his desk with his phone to his ear and his feet propped up. His face lights up when he sees me, but the illumination quickly fades when he sees the damage to my eye. He holds up a finger, so I take a few steps away from his door to give him some privacy. I've thought about this moment so many times before. The moment I would walk into Mr. Murphy's office and resign. Of course, I always imagined the end result would be my walking out of his office and into Lake's life. My fantasy is nothing like my current reality. Lake hates me right now, and her feelings are warranted. I push her away every time she gets close to me, then every time she finally gets used to being without me, I do something to screw with her head even more. Why did I think performing that poem last night was a good idea? We were finally in a good spot. She was finally learning to balance all the negativity in her life, and I go and make it worse. Again. That's all I do is make things worse for her. That's probably the reason she turned to Javi. I'd like to think she was just kissing him to make me jealous, but my biggest fear is that she was kissing him because she's completely moved on from me. It's my biggest fear, yet it's exactly what I know she needs. Mr. Cooper, Mr. Murphy says, walking past me. Is this something that can wait until I get back? I've got an 8 o'clock meeting. I stammer. Well, actually, it's pretty important. He stops next to the wall of mailboxes and pulls the contents of his box out. How important? So important it can't wait until 10? I shrug. It can't wait, I say reluctantly. I sort of got in a fight last night with a student. Mr. Murphy stops sorting his mail and darts his head toward me. Sort of? You did or you didn't, Mr. Cooper. Which is it? Did, I reply. Definitely did. He turns to face me full on and leans his back against the row of mailboxes behind him. Who? Javier Cruz. He shakes his head, then rubs the back of his neck while he thinks. I'll have Mrs. Alex set up an appointment with his father at 10. In the meantime, I suggest you find someone to fill in for you, he says. Be back here at 10. He walks over to Mrs. Alex's desk and writes something down. I nod, not at all surprised by his guarded reaction. I pick my satchel up and walk toward the office exit. Mr. Cooper? He calls out. Yes, sir? Were there any other students involved? Anyone who can give an accurate account of what happened? I sigh. I really don't want to get her involved, but it doesn't seem like I'm going to have a choice. Yes, Layken Cohen, I say. Is this Javier's girlfriend? He asks, writing down Layken's name. The question causes me to wince, but from the looks of them last night, I'd say it's a very legitimate question. Yeah, I guess so. I exit the office, hoping they don't bring Lake and Javi in at 10. I don't know if I can keep it together in the same room with both of them. I'm seated at the table, waiting for the conference to begin. Luckily, Mr. Murphy met with Javier privately, not wanting us to have to interact. I'm supposed to meet with Mr. Murphy as soon as the conference with Javier's father is over. I'm not really that eager to share my version of events, since I'm obviously the one in the wrong here. The fact that Mr. Murphy brought in a member of campus police doesn't do anything to ease my apprehension. I'm not sure what the legal ramifications are of what occurred last night, and if Javier is planning on pressing charges, but I guess I deserve whatever result my actions bring about. The door opens, and Lake walks into the room. I literally have to force myself not to look at her. I can't help the emotional reaction I have to her, and I'm afraid everyone in the room will see it. I keep my gaze focused on the table in front of me. "Ms. Cohen, please take a seat," Mr. Murphy says. Lake takes a step forward and slides into the seat next to me. I clench my fists, fighting the tension between us that seems to have only increased since last night. "This is Mr. Cruz, Javier's father," says Mr. Murphy. "This is Officer Venturelli," he says, motioning to both men. "I'm sure you know why you're here. It is our understanding that there was an incident involving Mr. Cooper that occurred off of school grounds," he says. "We would appreciate it if you could tell us your version of events." I glance toward Lake just as she turns her head toward me. Her eyes search mine for guidance, so I nod, silently encouraging her to tell the truth. I could never let her lie for me. She turns back to Mr. Murphy. The exchange we just shared was no more than 3 seconds, but the look of concern for me in her eyes was undeniable. She doesn't hate me. She's worried for me. She clears her throat and adjusts herself in her seat. She places her hands on the table in front of her and begins picking at her nail polish when she speaks. "There was a misunderstanding between me and Javier," she says. "Mr. Cooper showed up and pulled him off me." I can feel the heat in my face when the lies start coming out of her mouth. Why is she lying for me? Did I not make it clear that I wanted her to tell the truth about last night? I tap my knee against hers when she pauses. She glances up at me, but before I can tell her to tell the truth, Mr. Murphy interrupts. "Can you start at the beginning, please, Ms. Cohen? We need to be clear on the entire sequence of events. Where were you, and what were all of you doing there?" "We were in Detroit at a poetry slam. It's part of a required assignment for Mr. Cooper's class. I arrived early, before the other students. Something happened, and I felt uncomfortable and had to leave, so I left just a few minutes after I arrived, which is when I ran into Javier outside." "What happened that made you uncomfortable?" Officer Venturelli asks her. She flicks her gaze in my direction, but only for a moment. She looks back at Officer Venturelli and shrugs. "Maybe uncomfortable isn't the right word," she says quietly. "One of the performers—" She pauses and takes a deep breath. Before she continues, she touches her knee to mine and doesn't retract it, causing me to swallow a lump in my throat. The move is deliberate, and it confuses the hell out of me. "I was just really moved by one of the pieces performed last night. It meant a lot to me," she whispers. "So much that I just wanted to leave before I got too emotional." I lean forward and put my elbows on the table, then rest my face in the palms of my hands. I can't believe she just said those words, and she said them just for my benefit. Knowing that she's trying to tell me how my poem made her feel is making this too much to bear. I have the overwhelming urge to pull her up out of her chair and kiss her in front of everyone, then scream my resignation at the top of my lungs. My Jeep was parked behind the venue, and on my way outside, I ran into Javier. He offered to walk me to my car. I needed to use his phone, so we were standing by his truck while it was charging. We were talking about the weather and—" Her voice grows quiet, and she shifts uncomfortably in her seat. "Miss Cohen, is this something you would rather tell me in private?" Mr. Murphy asks. She shakes her head. "No, it's fine," she says. I was asking him about the weather and he just started kissing me. I told him no and tried to push him away, but he wouldn't stop kissing me. I didn't know what to do. He had me pinned against his truck, and I guess that's when Mr. Cooper saw what was happening, and he pulled him off me. I have a grip on the edge of the table that is so tight, I don't even notice until Lake taps my leg and glances down at my hands. I release the table from my grasp and close my eyes, breathing slow and steady. Her confession should give me nothing but relief, knowing that my bout of jealousy will now be played off as if I were protecting her. However, I'm anything but relieved. I'm furious. Javier is lucky his ass isn't in here, because there would have been an extremely detailed reenactment of last night right in this office. Lake continues sharing her version of the story, but I don't hear another word of it. I do my best to hold it together until everyone's dismissed, but it's the hardest 5 minutes I've ever had to contain myself. As soon as they dismiss her, Mr. Cruz and Officer Venturelli follow her out the door. I stand up in my seat and let out a breath. I pace back and forth under the intense gaze of Mr. Murphy. I'm not able to speak yet due to the rage coursing through me, so I continue to pace, and he continues to silently watch me. "Mr. Cooper," he says calmly, "do you have anything else to add, or is her version accurate?" I pause and look at him. "I wish it wasn't accurate," I say, "but unfortunately it is." "Will," Mr. Murphy says, "you did the right thing. Quit being so hard on yourself. Javier was completely out of line, and if you weren't there to stop him, there's no telling what would have happened to that girl." "Is he being expelled?" I ask, stopping to grip the back of the chair. Mr. Murphy stands and walks to the door where Officer Venturelli is outside speaking with Mr. Cruz. He closes the door and turns toward me. "We can't expel him. He's claiming it was a misunderstanding, and he thought she wanted him to kiss her. We'll suspend him for a few days for the fight, but that's the extent of his punishment." I nod, very aware that what I'm about to do is the only answer at this point. There's no way I can ever be in the same room with Javier again and not have it end badly. "Then I'd like to resign," I say evenly. Chapter 16. The Honeymoon. "You willingly resigned?" Lake asks, dumbfounded. "I thought it was a mutual agreement. They would have let you keep your job, Will. Why the hell did you resign?" "Lake, there's no way I could have continued teaching there. I'd reached my breaking point. I was going to get fired one of two ways if I hadn't resigned that day." "Why do you think that?" "Because it's true. They would have fired me the first day Javier returned to school because I would have kicked his ass the moment I laid eyes on him. That, or they would have fired me because one more second in a room with you, and I would have jumped you, but in a completely different way." She laughs. "Yeah, the tension was intense. We would have lost control eventually." "Eventually? We lost control that same day," I say, reminding her of our incident in the laundry room. She frowns and closes her eyes, then sighs a deep sigh. "What's wrong?" I ask her. She shakes her head. "Nothing. It's just hard thinking about that night. It really hurt," she whispers. I kiss her lightly on the forehead. "I know. I'm sorry." Laundry room. I somehow made it to the end of the workday without getting suspended, fired, or arrested. I'd say being transferred to Detroit to finish out my student teaching is one of the best outcomes I could have anticipated. I pull into the driveway, and the boys are helping Lake and Julia with groceries. I haven't even made it out of the car yet when Calder meets me at the door, beaming with excitement. "Will!" he says, grabbing my hand. "Wait till you see this!" I walk across the street with him and grab the rest of the sacks and take them inside. When I set them down, I notice the contents aren't groceries. It looks like sewing supplies. "Guess what we're going to be for Halloween?" Calder says. "Julia's cancer!" he yells. Did I just hear him right? Julia walks into the room with her sewing machine, and I give her a questioning look. "You only live once, right?" She smiles and places the sewing machine on the bar. "She's letting us make tumors for the lungs," Kel says. "You want to make one? I'll let you make the big one." I don't even know how to respond. Kel," Lake interrupts. "Will and Calder can't help. They'll be out of town all weekend." Seeing the excitement on Calder's face, there's nowhere I'd rather be than right here. "Actually, that was before I found out we were making lung cancer," I say. "I think we'll have to reschedule our trip." "Where's your measuring tape?" Lake asks Julia. "I don't know," she says. "I don't know if I have one, actually." I have measuring tape, so I try to think of a way to get Lake to come with me to get it. I know she's dying to know what happened today, and I owe her a huge apology for acting the way I did toward her last night. She had experienced what was more than likely a horrifying event alone with Javi, and I acted like a jerk the entire way home. I was trying to refrain from yelling at her last night, when I should have been consoling her. "Will has one. We could use his," Lake says. "Will, do you mind getting it?" I play dumb. "I have measuring tape?" She rolls her eyes. "Yes, it's in your sewing kit." "I have a sewing kit?" "It's in your laundry room." She spreads the material out in front of her. "It's next to the sewing machine on the shelf behind your mother's patterns. I put them in chronological order according to pattern Never mind," she says quickly. She shakes her head and stands. "I'll just show you." "Thank you." I quickly jump up, maybe a little too eagerly. "You put his patterns in chronological order?" Julia asks. "I was having a bad day," Lake says over her shoulder. I hold the door for Lake, then close it behind us. She turns around and completely loses her calm demeanor. "What happened? God, I've been worried sick all day," she says. "I got a slap on the wrist," I say, as we walk toward my house. "They told me since I was defending another student, they couldn't really hold it against me." I jog a few steps and open my front door for her, stepping aside to let her in. "That's good. What about your internship?" she asks. "Well, it's a little tricky. The only available ones they had in Ypsilanti were all primary. My major is secondary, so I've been placed at a school in Detroit." She looks up at me, her eyes full of concern. "What's that mean? Are y'all moving?" I love the fact that the thought of our moving scares her so bad. I laugh. "No, Lake, we're not moving. It's just for 8 weeks. I'll be doing a lot of driving, though. I was actually going to talk to you and your mom about it later. I'm not going to be able to take the boys to school or pick them up either. I'll be gone a lot. I know this isn't a good time to ask for your help." "Stop it. You know we'll help." She grabs the tape measure and shuts the box, then walks the kit back to the laundry room. I follow her, but I'm not sure why I feel compelled to. I'm afraid she's about to head straight back to her house, and I still have so much left I need to say to her. I walk into the laundry room behind her and pause in the doorway. She's staring quietly in front of her, running her fingers across my mother's patterns. She's got that distant look in her eyes again. I lean against the doorframe and watch her. I still can't believe I thought she would willingly allow Javi to kiss her, especially after seeing my performance last night. I know her better than that, and she knows she deserves so much better than Javi. Hell, she deserves so much better than me. She reaches to the wall and flicks off the light, then turns toward me. She comes to a halt when she sees that I'm blocking the doorway. She quietly gasps and looks up at me, her beautiful green eyes full of hope again. She scrolls her eyes over my features, searching my face, waiting for me to either speak or move out of her way. I don't want to do either. All I want to do is take her in my arms and show her how I feel about her. But I can't. She stares up at me, slowly dropping her gaze to my mouth. She tugs on her bottom lip with her teeth and nervously darts her eyes to the floor. I've never wanted to be teeth so bad in my entire life. I take a deep breath and prepare to get out what I need to say, despite knowing I shouldn't say it. I just need her to know why I did what I did last night and why I acted the way I acted. I fold my arms across my chest and prop my foot against the doorway, looking down at it. Avoiding eye contact with her is probably best right now, considering my lack of resolve at the moment. It's been a while since we've been alone in a situation like this. The way things have been going the past few weeks, I had myself convinced that I was stronger than I am, and that I've overcome the weakness I feel when I'm around her. I was completely wrong. My heart slams against my chest at record speed, and I'm consumed by an insatiable desire to grab her by the waist and pull her to me. I hug myself tighter in an attempt to keep my hands to myself. I work my jaw back and forth, hell-bent on finding a way to bury my urge to confess to her, but I can't. The words spill out of me before I can stop them. Last night, I say, my voice cracking the tension like a sledgehammer, when I saw Javi kissing you, I thought you were kissing him back. I swing my eyes to her, searching for a reaction. Any reaction. I know how she tries to hide what she's feeling more than any other person I've met. Her eyes widen at the realization that I wasn't defending her at all last night. I was reacting like a possessive boyfriend, not her knight in shining armor. Oh, she says. I didn't know the whole story until this morning, when you told your version, I say. I don't know how I held myself together in the office this morning when I found out. All I wanted to do was lunge across the table and punch Javi's father across the jaw for raising such an asshole. Just thinking about it causes my blood to boil. I inhale a deep breath, filling my lungs to their maximum capacity before huffing out a sigh. I notice my hands are clenched into tight fists, so I relax them and run my hands through my hair, turning to face her. God, Lake, I can't tell you how pissed I was. I wanted to hurt him so bad. And now? Now that I know he really was hurting you? I want to kill him. I lean my head back against the doorframe and close my eyes. I have to get the thought of him out of my head. He hurt her, and I wasn't there in time to protect her. The image of him pressing his mouth to hers against her will is clear in my mind, as is the fact that his lips were the last to touch hers. She doesn't deserve to be kissed like that. She deserves to be kissed by someone who loves her, someone who spends every waking moment trying to do everything right by her, someone who would rather die than see her hurt. She doesn't deserve to be kissed by anyone other than me. Her brows are furrowed, and she's staring at me with a confused expression. How did you... She pauses. How'd you know I was there? I saw you. When I finished my piece, I saw you leaving. She looks up at me and quietly sucks in a small breath with my admission. Her hand searches for support behind her, and she takes a step back, steadying herself. Despite the darkness, I can see her eyes dance with hope. Will, does this mean... I immediately take 2 steps forward, closing the gap between us. My chest heaves with each passing breath as I attempt to calm my desire to show her just how sincere my words were last night. I trail the back of my fingers against the smooth skin of her cheek, then hook my thumb under her chin, bringing her face closer to mine. The simple contact of her skin against my fingers reminds me of what her kiss is capable of doing to me. It hypnotizes me. Her touch completely, wholeheartedly shakes me to my core, and I try to force myself to slow down. She places her hand against my chest when I wrap my arms around her. I can feel her wanting to resist, but her need is just as strong as mine. I take a step forward until she finds solid backing, and I quickly lean in and press my lips to hers before either of us has time to change our minds. When my tongue finds hers, she moans a soft moan and becomes putty in my hands, dropping her arms to her sides. I kiss her passionately, tenderly, and eagerly, all at the same time. I grip her by the waist and easily lift her up onto the dryer, taking a stance between her legs and never losing contact with her lips. She begins to pull at my shirt, wanting me closer, so I oblige by pulling her against me as she encircles me with her legs. Her nails lightly dig into the muscles of my forearms as her fingers search their way up my arms. When she reaches my neck, her hands glide through my hair, sending chills to places I didn't even know could get chills. She grabs tufts of my hair in her fists and pulls my head down, repositioning my mouth against the sweet skin of her neck. She takes the opportunity to catch her breath, panting and quietly moaning as my lips tease their way across her collarbone. I reach behind her and grab a handful of hair just as she did mine, then lightly tug until she leans her head back, giving me more access to the incredibly perfect skin against my lips. She does just as I'd hoped and arches her back, giving my lips silent permission to resume their pursuit as I make my way down her neck. I release her hair and slide my hand down her back, slipping my fingers between her skin and her jeans. My fingertips skim the top edge of her panties, and I groan under my breath. Having her in my arms fills the constant void that has been in my heart since the first night I kissed her, but with every passing moment, every kiss, and every stroke of her hands, an even greater desire builds within me. I need more of her than these stolen moments of passion. I need so much more. "Will," she breathes. I mumble against her skin, unable to get out an audible response. I don't really feel like talking at the moment. I run my other hand up the back of her shirt until it meets her bra, and I pull her against me as I work my way back up her neck toward her mouth. "Does this mean," she breathes heavily, "does it mean we don't have to pretend anymore? We can be together since you're not my teacher?" My lips freeze against her neck with her breathless words. I want more than anything to cover her mouth with my own and make her stop talking about it. I just want to forget about it all for one night. Just for one night. But I can't. My incredibly irresponsible moment of weakness just gave her the wrong idea. I'm still a teacher. Maybe not her teacher, but I'm still a teacher. And she's still a student. And everything happening between us right now is still completely wrong, no matter how right I want it to be. In the process of thinking about all of the potential complications of her question, I've somehow released her from my death grip and have taken a step away from her. "Will?" she says, sliding off the dryer. She steps closer to me, and the fear in her eyes makes my stomach drop. I did this to her. Again. I can feel the regret and agony creep up to my face, and it's obvious she can see it too. Will, tell me, do the rules still apply? She says fearfully. I don't know what to say that can make it any less painful. It's obvious I just made a huge mistake. Lake, I whisper, my voice full of shame. I had a weak moment. I'm sorry. She steps forward and shoves her hands into my chest. A weak moment? That's what you call this? A weak moment? She yells. I flinch at her words, knowing I just said the wrong thing. What were you gonna do, Will? When were you gonna stop making out with me and kick me out of your house this time? She spins on her heel and storms out of the laundry room. Seeing her walk away causes me to panic at the thought of not only upsetting her, but losing her for good. Lake, don't, I plead, following after her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again, I swear. She turns to face me, tears already streaming down her cheeks. You're damn right it won't! I finally accepted it, Will. After an entire month of torture, I was finally able to be around you again. Then you go and do this. I can't do it anymore, she says, throwing her arms up in defeat. The way you consume my mind when we aren't together, I don't have time for it anymore. I've got more important things to think about now than your little weak moments. Her words slam me. She's absolutely right. I've gone so long trying to get her to accept things and move on so she won't be burdened by my life, but I can't even resist her long enough not to cave in to my selfish desire for her. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve her forgiveness, let alone to be loved by her. Get me the measuring tape, she says, standing with her hand on the door. What? It's on the damn floor. Get me the measuring tape. I walk back into the laundry room and retrieve the measuring tape, then take it back to her, placing it in her hand. She looks down at my hand, clamped over hers. She wipes away falling tears with her other hand. She refuses to even look at me. The thought of her hating me for what just happened between us terrifies me. I love her so much, and I want more than anything to be able to give it all up for her. But I can't. Not yet. She has to know how hard this is for me, too. Don't make me the bad guy, Lake. Please. She pulls her hand from mine and looks into my eyes. Well, you're certainly not the martyr anymore. She walks out, slamming the door behind her. The words, wait for me, pass my lips just as the door closes, but she doesn't hear me. I want you to wait for me, I say again. I know she can't hear me, but the fact that I can say it out loud gives me the confidence I need to run after her and tell her to her face. I love her. I know she loves me. And despite what Julia thinks is good for us, I want her to wait for me. We need to be together. We have to be together. If I don't stop her from walking away right now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I swing open the door, prepared to run after her, but I pause when I see her. She's standing in her entryway, wiping away the tears that I'm responsible for. I watch as she takes a few deep breaths, trying to pull herself together before walking into her house. Seeing her effort to move past what just happened so that she can help her mother inside her own home brings it all back into perspective. I'm the last thing she needs in her life right now. I have too much responsibility, and with how things are going for her right now, the last thing she needs is to put her life on hold for me. Everything I say or do just brings her more grief and heartache, and I can't ask her to hold on to that while she waits for me. She doesn't need to focus on me. Julia's right. She needs to focus on her family. I reluctantly walk back into my house and shut the door behind me. The realization that I need to let her go for good physically brings me to my knees. Chapter 17. The Honeymoon. I wish more than anything I had gone after you that night, I say. I should have told you exactly what I wanted to say. It would have saved us both a world of heartache. Lake sits up on the bed and hugs her knees, looking down at me. Not me, she says. I'm happy things worked out the way they did. I think we both needed that breather, and I definitely don't regret all the time I spent with my mother during those 3 months. It was good for us. Good. I smile. That's the only reason I didn't run after you. She releases her knees and falls back onto the bed. But still, it was so hard living across the street from you. All I wanted to do was be with you, but I didn't want anyone to know that. It's like I spent the entire 3 months pretending to be happy when I was in front of other people. Eddie was the only one who knew how I really felt. I didn't want Mom to know because I felt like it would just burden her even more if she knew how sad I was. I raise up and lean forward, crawling on top of her. Thank God she knew how we both really felt, though. Do you think you would have showed up at the Slam the night before my graduation if she didn't encourage you to go? There's no way I would have shown up. If it weren't for her telling me about your conversation with her, I would have continued the rest of the year thinking you didn't love me like I loved you. I press my forehead against hers. I'm so glad you showed up, I whisper. You changed my life forever that night. Schooled. I've spoken to Lake once in the last 3 months. Once. You would think it would get easier, but it hasn't. Especially today, since my last day of student teaching is finally over. I graduate tomorrow, which should be a day I'm looking forward to more than anything. Instead, I'm dreading it, knowing Lake won't be waiting for me. There are 2 emotions in this world I've learned I can handle: love and hate. Lake has loved me at times, and she's hated me at times. Love and hate, despite their polar opposites, are both feelings that are induced by passion. I can handle that. It's the indifference I don't know how to process. I went to her house a few weeks ago to talk to her about my new job at the junior high, and she didn't seem to care one way or another. I would have taken it well if she had been happy for me and wished me good luck. I would have taken it even better if she had cried and begged me not to do it, which is what I was hoping would happen more than anything. It's the sole reason I even went to tell her about the job in the first place. I didn't want to accept it if I thought I still had a chance with her. Instead, she didn't react either way. She congratulated me, but the indifference in her voice was clear. She was simply being polite. Her indifference finally sealed our fate, and I knew in that moment that I had messed with her heart one too many times. She was over me. She is over me. I have a 2-week window in which I'll be nothing. I won't be a student. I won't be a teacher. I'll be a 21-year-old college graduate. I've thought about walking straight over to Lake's house today to tell her how much I love her, even though I'm technically still a teacher, considering the contract I have with the junior high. Not even that would stop me if it weren't for the way she reacted to me last month with so much indifference. She seemed to have accepted our fate, and it was good to see her handling things so well, as much as it hurt. The last thing I want to do, or need to do, is pull her back down with me. God, this is going to be the hardest 2 weeks of my life. I need to keep my distance from her, that's a fact. When the audience begins clapping, I snap back to reality. I'm supposed to be judging tonight, but I haven't heard a single word any of the performers have said. I hold up the standard 9.0 on my scorecard without even looking up at the stage. I don't even want to be here tonight. In fact, I don't want to be anywhere tonight. When the scores are tallied, the MC begins to announce the winners. I lean back in my seat and close my eyes, hoping the night goes fast. I just want to go home and get to bed, so graduation will come and go tomorrow. I don't know why I'm dreading it. Probably because I'll be the only person there who couldn't find enough people to give my graduation tickets to. The average person never gets enough tickets for graduation. I have too many. I would like to perform a piece I wrote. I jerk up in my seat at the sound of her voice, the sudden movement almost causing my chair to flip backward. She's standing on the stage, holding the microphone. The guy next to me laughs along with the rest of the crowd once they realize she's interrupting the night's schedule. "Check this chick out," he says, nudging me with his elbow. The sight of her paralyzes me. I'm pretty sure I forgot how to breathe. I'm pretty sure I'm about to die. What the hell is she doing? I watch intently as she brings the microphone back to her lips. "I know this isn't standard protocol, but it's an emergency," she says. The laughter from the audience causes her eyes to widen, and she spins around to look for the MC. She's scared. Whatever she's doing, it's completely out of character for her. The MC nudges her to face the front of the room again. I take a deep breath, silently willing her to keep calm. She places the microphone back in its stand and lowers it to her height. She closes her eyes and inhales when the guy next to me yells, $3! I could punch him. Her eyes flick open and she shoves her hand into her pocket, pulling out money to hand to the MC. After he takes the money, she prepares herself again. "My piece is called—" The MC interrupts her, tapping her on the shoulder. She shoots him an irritated glance. I expel a deep breath, becoming just as irritated by all the interruptions. She takes the change from him and shoves it back into her pocket, then hisses something at him that makes him retreat off the stage. She turns back toward the audience, and her eyes scan the crowd. She has to know I'm here. What the hell is she doing? "My piece is called Schooled," she says into the microphone. I swallow the lump in my throat. If I wanted to move at this point, my body would fail me. I'm completely frozen as I watch her take several deep breaths, then begin her piece. "I got schooled this year, by everyone, by my little brother, by the Avett brothers, by my mother, my best friend, my teacher, my father, and by a boy. A boy that I'm seriously, deeply, madly, incredibly, and undeniably in love with. I got so schooled this year. By a 9-year-old. He taught me that it's okay to live life a little backward, and how to laugh at what you would think is unlaughable. I got schooled this year by a band. They taught me how to find that feeling of feeling again. They taught me how to decide what to be and go be it. I got schooled this year by a cancer patient. She taught me so much. She's still teaching me so much. She taught me to question, to never regret. She taught me to push my boundaries because that's what they're there for. She told me to find a balance between head and heart. And then she taught me how. I got schooled this year by a foster kid. She taught me to respect the hand that I was dealt, and to be grateful I was even dealt a hand. She taught me that family doesn't have to be blood. Sometimes your family are your friends. I got schooled this year by my teacher. He taught me that the points are not the point. The point is poetry. I got schooled this year by my father. He taught me that heroes aren't always invincible, and that the magic is within me. I got schooled this year by a boy. A boy that I'm seriously, deeply, madly, incredibly, and undeniably in love with. And he taught me the most important thing of all, to put the emphasis on life. Completely, utterly frozen. My eyes drop to the table in front of me when she finishes. Her words are still sinking in. A boy that I'm seriously, deeply, madly, incredibly, and undeniably in love with. In love with? That's what she said. In love with, as in present tense. She loves me. Layken Cohen loves me. Hold up your scores, man, the guy next to me says, forcing the scorecard into my hand. I look at it, then look up at the stage. She's not up there anymore. I spin around and see her making her way toward the exit in a hurry. What the hell am I doing just sitting here? She's waiting on me to acknowledge everything she just said, and I'm sitting here frozen like an idiot. I stand up when the judges to the right of me hold up their scorecards. 3 of them gave her a 9, the other an 8.5. I round the front of the table and flip the scores on all of their cards to 10s. The points may not be the point, but her poetry kicked ass. She gets 10s. I turn around and jump onto the stage. I grab the microphone out of the MC's hands, and he rolls his eyes, throwing his hands up in the air. "Not again," he says, defeated. I spot her as soon as she swings the doors open to step outside. "That's not a good idea," I say into the microphone. She stops in her tracks, then slowly turns around to face the stage. "You shouldn't leave before you get your scores." She looks at the judges' table, then back to me. When she makes eye contact, she smiles. I grip the microphone, hell-bent on performing the piece I wrote for her, but the magnetic pull to jump off the stage and take her in my arms is overwhelming. I stand firm, wanting her to hear what I have to say first. "I'd like to perform a piece," I say, looking at the MC. "It's an emergency." He nods and takes a few steps back. I turn around to face Lake again. She's standing in the center of the room now, staring up at me. $3! Someone yells from the crowd. Shit. I pat my pockets, realizing I left my wallet in my car. "I don't have any cash," I say to the MC. His eyes shift to Lake, and mine follow. She pulls out the $2 in change from her fee and walks to the stage, slapping it down in front of us. "Still $1 short," he says. "Jesus, it's $1 freaking dollar!" The silence in the room is interrupted as several chairs slide from under their tables. People from all over the floor walk toward the stage, surrounding Lake as they throw dollar bills onto the stage. Everyone quickly makes their way back to their seats, and Lake eyes the money, dumbfounded. "Okay," the MC says, taking in the pile of cash at my feet. "I guess that covers it. What's the name of your piece, Will?" I look down at Lake and smile right back at her. "Better than third." She takes a few steps back from the stage and waits for me to begin. I take a deep breath and prepare to tell her everything I should have said to her 3 months ago. I met a girl, a beautiful girl, and I fell for her. I fell hard. Unfortunately, sometimes life gets in the way. Life definitely got in my way. It got all up in my damn way. Life blocked the door with a stack of wooden 2x4s, nailed together and attached to a 15-inch concrete wall, behind a row of solid steel bars, bolted to a titanium frame that no matter how hard I shoved against it, it wouldn't budge. Sometimes life doesn't budge. It just gets all up in your damn way. It blocked my plans, my dreams, my desires, my wishes, my wants, my needs. It blocked out that beautiful girl that I fell so hard for. Life tries to tell you what's best for you, what should be most important to you, what should come first, or second, or third. I tried so hard to keep it all organized, alphabetized, stacked in chronological order, everything in its perfect space, its perfect place. I thought that's what life wanted me to do. This is what life needed for me to do. Right? Keep it all in sequence. Sometimes life gets in your way. It gets all up in your damn way. But it doesn't get all up in your damn way because it wants you to just give up and let it take control. Life doesn't get all up in your damn way because it just wants you to hand it all over and be carried along. Life wants you to fight it. Learn how to make it your own. It wants you to grab an axe and hack through the wood. It wants you to get a sledgehammer and break through the concrete. It wants you to grab a torch and burn through the metal and steel until you can reach through and grab it. Life wants you to grab all the organized, the alphabetized, the chronological, the sequenced. It wants you to mix it all together. Stir it up. Blend it. Life doesn't want you to let it tell you that your little brother should be the only thing that comes first. Life doesn't want you to let it tell you that your career and your education should be the only thing that comes in second. And life definitely doesn't want me to just let it tell me that the girl I met, the beautiful, strong, amazing, resilient girl that I fell so hard for, should only come in third. Life knows. Life is trying to tell me that the girl I love, the girl I fell so hard for, there's room for her in first. I'm putting her first. As soon as the last line escapes my lips, I set the microphone down on the stage and jump off. I walk directly to her and take her face in my hands. Tears are falling down her cheeks, so I wipe them away with my thumbs. I love you, Lake. I lean my forehead against hers. You deserve to come first. Telling her exactly how I feel about her is the easiest thing I've ever done. The honesty comes so naturally. It's the months of hiding my feelings that have been unbearable. I breathe a huge sigh of relief when the weight of holding everything back disappears. She laughs through her tears and places her hands on top of mine, looking up at me with the most beautiful smile. I love you too. I love you so much. I kiss her softly on the lips. My heart feels like it literally swells within my chest when she kisses me back. I wrap my arms around her and bury my face into her hair, pulling her tightly against me. I close my eyes, and it's suddenly just the two of us. Me and this girl. This girl is in my arms again, touching me, kissing me, breathing me in, loving me back. She's not just a dream anymore. Lake moves her mouth to my ear and whispers, "We probably shouldn't be doing this here." I open my eyes, and the concern on her face registers with me. She's still a student. I'm still technically a teacher. This probably doesn't look very good if anyone here knows us. I reach down and take her hand, then pull her toward the exit. As soon as we're outside, I grab her by the waist and push her against the door. I've been waiting months to be with her like this. 2 more seconds without touching her, and I will die. I lower my hand to the small of her back, then lean in and kiss her again. The feeling I get when my lips are on hers is something I've thought about over and over since the first time I kissed her. But actually, being in the moment with her again, knowing my feelings for her are reciprocated, is nothing short of amazing. She runs her hands inside my jacket and up my back, pulling me to her as she returns my kiss. I can't think of anything I'd rather do for the rest of my life than be wrapped up in her arms with her lips pressed to mine. But I know that despite what we've been through, and despite how I feel about her, I've still got responsibilities. I don't know how much more waiting she's willing to do. The thought of it takes all of the excitement built up inside of me and crushes it. I stop kissing her and wrap my hands in her hair, then pull her to my chest. I take a long, deep breath, and she does the same, locking her hands together behind my back. "Lake," I say, stroking her hair. "I don't know what will happen in the next few weeks, but I need you to know that if I can't back out of my contract—" She immediately jerks her head up and looks at me with more fear in her eyes than I've ever seen. She thinks I'm telling her I might not choose her, and the fact that something so absurd is running through her mind right now makes me hurt for her. This is how I've made her feel for the past 3 months, and she thinks I'm doing it to her all over again. "Will, you can't do this to—" I press my finger to her lips. "Shut up, babe. I'm not telling you we can't be together. You're stuck with me now, whether you like it or not." I pull her back to my chest. "All I'm trying to say is, if I can't break out of my contract, it's only 4 months. I just need you to promise that you'll wait for me if it comes to that. We can't let anyone know we're together until I find out what I need to do." She nods against my shirt. "I promise. I'll wait as long as you need me to." I close my eyes and rest my cheek against her head, thankful that all the times I've pushed her away haven't made her lose faith in me completely. "This probably means we shouldn't be standing out here like this," I say. "You want to come to my car?" I don't wait for her to answer because I need her to come to my car with me. I'm not ready to stop kissing her yet, but I can't keep doing it so carelessly and in public like this. I grab her hand and lead her to my car. I open the passenger door, but rather than let her get in first, I sit in the seat and pull her onto my lap, then shut the door. I pull my keys out of my pocket and reach over to crank the car so it'll warm up. She positions herself on my lap, straddling me. I acknowledge that our position is incredibly intimate, being as though I can count the number of times we've kissed on one hand, but it's the only comfortable way to make out in a car. I take her hands and pull them up between us, then kiss them. "I love you, Lake." She smiles. "Say it again. I love hearing you say that." "Good, because I love saying it. I love you." I kiss her cheek, then her lips. "I love you," I whisper again. "One more time," she says. "I can't tell you how many times I've imagined hearing you say it. I've been hoping this whole time that whatever I was feeling wasn't one-sided." The fact that she had no idea how I felt about her makes my chest ache. "I love you, Lake, so much. I'm so sorry for putting you through everything I've put you through." She shakes her head. "Will, you were doing the right thing, or trying to anyway, I get that. I just hope this is for real now, because you can't push me away again. I can't go through that again." Her words are like a knife to my heart, but deservedly so. I don't know what I could do or say that could convince her that I'm here, I'm staying. I chose her this time. Before I have the chance to convince her of that, she grabs my face and kisses me hard, causing me to groan under my breath. I slip my hands underneath her shirt and around to her back. The softness and warmth of her skin beneath my palms is a feeling I never want to forget. As soon as my hands meet her skin, she takes my jacket in her fists and begins tugging it off me. I lean forward, still meshed to her mouth, and struggle to free myself from the jacket. Once it's off, I toss it behind me and place my hands back underneath her shirt. Touching her, kissing her, being with her, it feels so natural, so right. I move my lips to the spot on her neck that drives me crazy. She tilts her neck to the side and moans quietly. I move my hands to her waist and tighten my grip while I trail kisses along her collarbone. I slowly inch my hands up her waist until my thumbs meet her bra. I can feel her heart hammering against her chest, and it causes my own heart to try to outrace hers. As soon as I slip my right thumb underneath her bra, she pulls back, away from my lips. She gasps for air. I immediately pull my hands out from underneath her shirt and place them on her shoulders, silently cursing myself for being so impatient. I push her shoulders back in order to give us space to breathe. I lean my head back against the seat and close my eyes. I'm sorry. I open my eyes and keep my head flush against the headrest. I'm going too fast. I'm sorry. I've just imagined touching you so many times. I feel like it's so natural. I'm sorry. She shakes her head and pulls my hands away from her shoulders, holding them together between us. It's okay, she says. We're both going too fast. I just need a moment. But it feels right, doesn't it? It feels so right being with you. That's because it is right. She stares at me silently. Then, out of nowhere, she crushes her lips to mine again. I groan and wrap my arms tightly around her, pulling her back against me. As soon as she's pressed against my chest, I place my hands on her shoulders and push her away. As soon as she's apart from me, I pull her back to me for another kiss. This happens several times, and I keep having to remind myself to slow down. I eventually have to push her off my lap and onto the driver's seat. However, this doesn't help, because as soon as she leans her back against the driver's side door, I lean across the seat and kiss her again. Seeing how much I need her causes her to laugh, which makes me laugh at how pathetically desperate I'm acting right now. I somehow pull away and slump against the passenger door. I run my hand through my hair and grin at her. You're really making this hard, I laugh. Pun intended. She smiles, and even in the dark I can see her blush. Ugh! I run my palms over my face and groan. God, I want you so bad. I lunge forward and kiss her, but place my hand on the doorknob. I yank it, and the door opens up behind her. Get out, I say against her lips. Go get in your car where you're safe. I'll see you when we get home. She nods and swings one of her legs out of the car, but I don't want her to go. I grab her thigh and pull her back in and kiss her again. Go, I groan. I'm trying. She laughs, pulling away from me. She climbs out of the car and I slide across the seats, following her straight out the car door. Where'd you park? I ask her. I wrap my arms around her and press my lips to her ear. A few cars over, she says, pointing behind her. I slide my hand into her back pocket and retrieve her keys, then I walk her to her car. After I open the door for her and she climbs in, I lean in to kiss her one last time. Don't go inside when you get home. I'm not finished kissing you, I say. She grins. Yes, sir. I shut her door, and once her Jeep is cranked, I tap my knuckles against the window and she rolls it down. I place my hand on the nape of her neck and lean through her window. This drive home, is about to be the longest 30 minutes of my life. I kiss her on the temple and take a step back. Love you. She rolls up her window, then places her palm against the glass. I lift my hand up to mirror hers, matching our fingertips together. She mouths, I love you too, and begins backing away. I wait until she's out of the parking lot, then I walk back to my car. I don't understand it. I don't understand how I went so long without her, and now I feel like she's such a vital part of me, I'll die if I'm not touching her. I'm not even in my car for a minute before I dial her number. I've never called her without the conversation being linked to Kel or Calder before. It feels good calling her for her. She's driving directly in front of me so I can see her reach for her phone when it rings. She tilts her head and holds the phone between her shoulder and neck. Hello? You shouldn't talk on the phone while you're driving, I tell her. She laughs. Well, you shouldn't call me when you know I'm driving. But I missed you. I miss you too, she says. I've missed you for the whole 60 seconds we've been apart, she says sarcastically. I laugh. I want to talk to you while we drive, but I want you to put your phone on speaker and set it down. Why? Because, I say, it's not safe for you to drive with your head cocked to the side like that. I can see her smile in her rearview mirror. She drops the phone and sits up straight. Better? She says. Better. Now listen, I'm about to play you an Avett Brothers song. Make sure the volume on your phone is turned all the way up. I turn on the song I've listened to on repeat since the night I fell for her and turn the volume up. When the chorus hits, I start singing along to the lyrics. I lower my voice and continue to sing the rest of the song, then the song after that, and the song after that. She listens silently the entire drive back to Ypsilanti. Layken pulls into her driveway right before I turn into mine. I rush to kill the engine and head across the street before she has a chance to open her car door. When I reach her, I swing the door open and reach in, pulling her out by her hand. I want to push her against the Jeep and kiss her crazy, but I know we've more than likely got at least 3 pairs of eyes on us. What I wouldn't give to have her alone in my house right now, rather than out here in the open. I kiss the top of her head and stroke her hair, accepting whatever time I can get with her right now. Do you have a curfew? She shrugs. I'm 18. I don't know if she could give me one if she wanted to. We don't need to push our luck with her, Lake. I want to do this right. I'm lucky that Julia would even allow her to be with me at this point. The last thing I want to do is upset her. Do we have to talk about my mom right now, Will? I smile and shake my head. No. I slip my hand behind her head and pull her mouth to mine, kissing her like I don't care who might be watching. Hell, I don't care. I kiss her crazy for several minutes until it gets to the point that my hands can't stay above her shoulders for much longer. I pull away just enough for us to catch our breath. Let's go to your house, she whispers. The suggestion is so tempting. I close my eyes and pull her to my chest. I need to talk to your mom first before I pull something like that. I need to know what our boundaries are. She laughs. Why? So we can push them? I lift her chin and pull her gaze to mine. Exactly. The entryway light flicks off, then back on, an indication that Julia is setting some boundaries. Damn it, I groan into her neck. I guess this is good night. Yeah, I guess so, she says. I'll see you tomorrow, though, right? What time do you have to leave for graduation? Not until tomorrow afternoon. You want to come over for breakfast? I'll make you whatever you want. She nods. And lunch? What are you doing for lunch? Cooking for you, I say. And dinner? I might want to have dinner with you, too. She's so cute. Actually, we have plans. My grandparents are coming to graduation and we're going out to dinner afterward. Will you come? A worried look crosses her face. Do you think that's a good idea? What if someone sees us together? You're technically still a teacher even though you're between jobs. Damn it. I'm really starting to hate this new job and I haven't even started yet. I guess I do need to figure that out tomorrow. I do want to come to your graduation, though. Is that okay? You better, I say to her. I've wanted her there more than anyone, but until tonight I didn't think that was a possibility. It'll be hard as hell keeping my hands off you, though. I kiss her one last time, then back away from her. I love you. I love you, too. I turn and begin walking away. My emotions are contradicting themselves because I feel absolutely elated that we're finally together, but devastated that I have to leave her right now. I turn around to look at her one last time, and when I catch sight of her watching me walk away, a satisfied smile spreads across my face. What? She asks when she sees the look on my face. Just seeing the smile on her face is enough to keep me satisfied for the rest of my life. Seeing her happy again is better than any feeling in the world. I never want to see her sad again. This will be worth it, Lake. Everything we had to go through. I promise. Even if you have to wait for me, I'll make it worth it. The smile fades from her eyes and she clutches her hand to her heart. You already have, Will. That, right there. I don't deserve her. I walk swiftly back to where she's standing and take her face in my hands. I mean it, I say. I love you so damn much it hurts. I force my lips against hers, then pull away just as fast. But it hurts in a really good way. I briefly kiss her again. We thought it was hard being apart before. How the hell am I supposed to sleep after tonight? After actually getting to kiss you like this? After hearing you tell me you love me? I kiss her again and walk her until she's against her Jeep. I kiss her like I've wanted to kiss her since the moment I knew how perfect we were together, how much we made sense. I kiss her with abandon, knowing I'll never have to walk away from her again. I kiss her knowing that this won't be our last kiss, that it won't even be our best kiss. I kiss her knowing that this kiss is our beginning, not another goodbye. I continue to kiss her even when the lights turn off and on several more times. We both notice the light, but neither of us seems to care. It takes us several minutes to actually slow down and pull apart. I press my forehead to hers and look directly into her eyes when she opens them. This is it, Lake, I say, pointing back and forth between us. It's real now. I'm not walking away from you again. Ever. Her eyes fill with tears. Promise? She whispers. I swear. I love you so much. A tear rolls down her cheek. Say it again, she whispers. I love you, Lake. My eyes scroll over every inch of her face, afraid I'll miss something if I don't take every last piece of her in before I go. One more time. Before I love you can come out of my mouth again, the front door swings open and Julia walks outside. We're going to have to set some ground rules, she says. There's more amusement in her voice than anger or annoyance. Sorry, Julia, I yell over my shoulder. I turn back to Lake and kiss her one last time, then take a step away from her. It's just that I'm madly in love with your daughter. Yeah, Julia laughs. I can see that. I mouth one last I love you before heading across the street. Chapter 18. The Honeymoon. And we lived happily ever after, she says. I laugh, because that couldn't be further from the truth. Yeah, for like 2 weeks, I say, until your mother put the brakes on things the night she walked in on us. Lake groans. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Trust me, it's not something I wish I remembered. Point of retreat. Where are we going? I put my seatbelt on and lower the volume on the radio. It's a surprise. It's the first night I've been able to take her out in public since we officially started dating 2 weeks ago. I was able to pull out of my contract with a job at the junior high when I was accepted into the master's level teaching program. So technically, we're able to date. I'm not sure how it would look since I was her teacher just a few weeks ago, but to be honest, I don't really care. Like I told her, she comes first now. Will, it's Thursday night. I have a feeling wherever you're taking me, it's not that much of a surprise. Are we going to Club 9? Maybe. She smiles. Are you doing a slam for me? I wink at her. Maybe. I reach over and take her hand in mine. We're leaving early, though. Are you actually taking me out to eat? No grilled cheese tonight? Maybe, I say again. She rolls her eyes. Will, this date is going to be my suck for the day if you don't become a little more talkative. I laugh. Yes, we're going to Club 9. Yes, we're going to dinner first. Yes, I wrote a slam for you. Yes, we're leaving the club early so we can go back to my house and hardcore make out in the dark. You just became my sweet, she says. Out of all the restaurants in Detroit, you chose a burger joint, I say, shaking my head. I take her hand and lead her toward the club entrance. I like to give her a hard time, but I love that she chose a burger joint. Bite me, I like burgers. I wrap my arms around her and nip at her neck. I like you. I keep my arms wrapped around her and my lips attached to her neck as we walk through the door. She pries my fingers from around her waist and presses her palm against my forehead, pushing me away from her neck. You need to be a gentleman in public. No more kissing until we're back in your car. I lead her back to the exit. Well, in that case, we're done here. Let's go. She yanks my hand back. No way! If you plan on seducing me on your couch later, you have to seduce me with your words first. You promised a performance tonight, and we're not leaving until I see one. She walks me toward the booth that Eddie and Gavin saved us seats in. She scoots in beside Eddie, and I scoot in beside her. Hey, Eddie says, eyeing us curiously. Hey, Lake and I say simultaneously. Eddie's expression grows even more curious. This is weird, Eddie finally says. Gavin nods. It is weird. It really is. What's so weird? Lake asks. You two, Eddie says to Lake. I know you've been dating for a couple of weeks now, but this is the first time I've actually seen you with him. Like this, anyway. You know, all in love and stuff. It's just weird. Oh, shut up, Lake says. It'll take some getting used to. It just seems like you're doing something wrong, something illegal, Eddie says. I'm 21, I say defensively. I'm not even a teacher anymore. What's so weird about it? I don't know, she says. It's just weird. It is weird, Gavin says again. It really is. I can see their point, but I think they're overreacting. Especially Gavin. He's known how I've felt about Lake for months. What exactly is so weird? I put my arm around Lake's shoulders. This? I turn and kiss Lake hard on the mouth until she laughs and pushes me away. We both turn back to Eddie and Gavin, and they're still staring at us like we're a freak show. Gross, Eddie says, crinkling up her nose. I pick up a sugar packet and toss it in Eddie's direction. Go sit somewhere else then, I tease. Gavin picks up the sugar packet and throws it back at me. We were here first. Then deal with it, I say. The table grows quiet, and it's obvious Layken and Eddie have no idea Gavin and I are only kidding around. Personally, Gavin says, leaning forward, I thought you and Mrs. Alex made a much better couple. I shrug. She shot me down. I had to go with my second choice, I say, nudging my head toward Lake. Lake scoffs at the same time the MC begins speaking into the microphone. The SAC has been pre-selected tonight due to time constraints by the performer. Everyone, please welcome Will Cooper back to the stage. The crowd starts clapping and I slide out of the seat. Lake arches her eyebrow. Time constraints? She says. I bend down and press my lips to her ear. I already told you we can't stay long. We'll be really, really, really busy after this. I kiss her on the cheek and walk to the stage. I don't even give myself time to prepare. I begin my poem as soon as I reach the microphone so that I don't waste another second. My piece is called The Gift. If my dad were alive, he'd be sitting right there, watching me up here with a smile on his face. He'd be proud of the man I've become. He'd be proud that I stepped up to take his place. If my mother were alive, she'd be at home, teaching my brother all the things she taught me. She'd be proud of the man I've become. She'd be proud of who I grew up to be. But they aren't here. They haven't been for a while. It takes time, but it's starting to make sense. I still miss them every time I take a breath. Their absence will never go unnoticed. But every smile on your face seems to replace a memory I'd rather not hold. Each time you laugh, it fills a void. Each kiss heals another wound in my soul. If my dad were here, he'd be sitting with you. He'd be hugging you, saying thank you. Thank you for saving my boy. Thank you for bringing light to his world. If my mother were here, she'd be so happy to finally have a daughter in her life. She'd love you as much as I love you. She'd make me promise to one day make you my wife. But they aren't here. They haven't been for a while. But I can feel their pride. I can feel their smiles. I can hear them say, "You're welcome, Will," when I thank them for sending you from heaven. As soon as I return to the booth, she's trying to thank me with a hug, but instead I grab her hand and wave over my shoulder as I pull her to the exit. See you guys later, I say to Gavin and Eddie. I don't even wait for them to say goodbye as we make our way to the door. I remain 2 steps in front of Lake the entire way back to the car, practically dragging her along behind me. I can't think of anything but being alone with her tonight. We're never alone, and I need some uninterrupted alone time with her before I go crazy. When we reach the car, I practically shove her inside, then climb into the driver's seat. I crank the car, then turn toward her and grab her shirt and pull her mouth to mine while I back out of the parking spot. "Will, do you realize your car is moving?" she says, attempting to pull away from my grip. I glance out the rear window and cut the steering wheel to the right, then turn back to her. "Yep, we need to hurry. You've got a curfew and that only gives us 2 more hours together." I press my lips to hers again, and she shoves my forehead back with the palm of her hand. "Then stop kissing me and drive. It won't be much fun making out with you when you're dead." "Pull over," she says, several houses down from my driveway. "Why?" "Just pull over. Trust me." I pull over and park the car on the side of the street. She leans across the seat and kisses me, then pulls the key from the ignition. "If my mom sees your car, she'll know we're back. She told me to bring you to my house if we came home early. She doesn't want us alone at your house. Let's sneak in through your back door and we can come get your car later." I stare at her in awe. "I think I'm in love with your brain," I say. We both exit the car and run toward the back of the house we parked in front of. We make our way behind the fence, then crouch down and run across 3 backyards until we reach mine. I take the keys out of her hands and unlock the back door. Why do I feel like I'm breaking in? It's my house. "Don't turn on the lights. She'll know we're back," I say as I help her make her way through the darkened doorway. "I can't see," she says. I put my arm around her back and bend down, scooping her legs up with my other arm. "Allow me." She throws her arms around my neck and squeals. I walk her until we've reached the couch and gently lay her down. I take off my jacket and slip off my shoes, then reach down until I find her. I slide my hand down the length of her legs until I reach her feet, then I remove her shoes while she slips off her jacket. "Anything else you need me to remove?" I whisper. "Uh-huh. Your shirt." I immediately agree with that and pull my shirt over my head. "Why are we whispering?" I ask her. "I don't know," she whispers. The sound of her voice when she whispers, knowing she's on her back, on my couch. The significance of the next 2 hours is almost more than I can handle, knowing the things that could occur between us. I recognize that, so rather than lower myself on top of her, I kneel on the floor next to the couch. As much as I want her, I want to take it at her pace tonight, not mine. I tend to be extremely impatient when it comes to her. I find her cheek in the dark and turn her face toward mine. When I touch her, her breath hitches. I feel it too. I've touched her face countless times before, but somehow in the dark, with absolutely no interruptions, it seems a hell of a lot more intimate. She moves her hand to the back of my neck, and I press my lips lightly against hers. They're wet and cold and perfect, but as soon as I part her lips and taste her, perfect becomes the understatement of the year. She responds to my kiss tentatively. We're both slowly exploring our limits, and I want to be sure I'm not taking it too fast this time. My hand remains on her cheek while we kiss, then I begin to slowly move it down her neck, trailing over her shoulder and down to her hip. Each movement I make only seems to encourage her, so I slip my hand underneath her shirt and grip her waist. I wait for any indication that she wants me to stop or go further. She presses her hands into my back, pulling me forward, indicating she wants me on the couch with her. "Lake," I say, pulling back several inches. "I can't. If I get on this couch with you." I release a deep breath. "Just trust me. I can't get on this couch with you." She reaches down to my hand that's still gripping her by the waist. She slides my hand up her stomach and doesn't stop until my hand is covering the cup of her bra. Holy shit. "I want you on the couch with me, Will." I immediately pull my hand away, but only because I need her shirt off. I practically yank it over her head and immediately join her on the couch. As soon as I lower myself on top of her and feel her pressed against my chest, I kiss her again and return my hand right where she put it. She smiles and wraps her legs around me as I kiss my way down her chin, straight to her neck. "I can feel your heartbeat right here," I say, kissing the base of her throat. "I like it." She takes my hand and slips it beneath her bra this time. "You can feel it beating right here, too." I bury my face in the couch and groan. "Oh my God, Lake." I want to touch her, I want to feel all of her. I don't know what's stopping me. Why the hell am I so nervous? Will? I pull my face away from the couch, very aware that my hand is still tucked safely beneath her bra. My hand has never been happier. You want me to slow down? I will, Lake. Just tell me. She shakes her head and runs her hands down my back. No, I want you to speed up. My hesitation immediately disappears with those words. I slide my hand around her back and unfasten her bra, then slide it down her shoulders. I drop my mouth to her skin, and as soon as the softest moan escapes her lips, my hand finds its way back to where she planted it earlier. I lower my lips, then immediately freeze at the sound of a key turning in the front door. Shh! About that time, the front door swings open, and my living room light flicks on. I lift my head far enough to peer over the back of the couch and see Julia walking toward the hallway. I drop my head to Lake's neck. Shit, it's your mom. Shit, she whispers, frantically pulling her bra back up. Shit, shit, shit. I clamp my hand over her mouth. She might not notice us. Be still. Our hearts are pounding now faster than they've ever pounded before. I know this because my palm is still firmly planted right on top of Lake's breast. Apparently, she recognizes the awkwardness of the moment, too. Will, move your hand. This is weird. I pull my hand away. What is she doing here? Lake shakes her head. I have no idea. And that's when it happens. I've heard people can see their lives flash before their eyes in the moments before death. It's true. Julia walks back into the room and screams. I jump off Lake. Lake jumps off the couch, and there it is. My entire life flashes before my eyes the moment Julia sees Lake standing in my living room, fastening her bra. It's just us, I blurt out. I don't know why I chose those words to be my possible last words. Julia is standing with her hand over her mouth, staring at us wide-eyed. It's just us, I say again, as if she doesn't already know that. Julia holds up Calder's pillow. Calder wanted his pillow, she says. She looks back and forth between us, and in a split second, her expression turns from fear to anger. I immediately reach down and retrieve Lake's shirt, then hand it to her. Mom, Lake says. She doesn't follow it up with anything else because she has no idea what to say. Go home, Julia says to Lake. Julia, I say to Julia. Will? Julia says to me, cutting a warning shot at my direction. I'll deal with you later. As soon as the words come out of Julia's mouth, Lake's face turns from embarrassed to really, really angry. Mom, we're adults! You can't talk to him like that! Lake yells. And you can't prevent us from making out! This is ridiculous! I grab Lake's elbow in an attempt to calm her down. Don't, babe, I say quietly. She looks at me defensively. She can't tell me what to do, Will. I'm an adult. I calmly place my hand on her shoulder. Lake, you're still in high school. You live under her roof. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'm sorry. She's right. I lean in and kiss her briefly to calm her. Then I take her shirt and help her pull it over her head. Oh my God! Julia yells. Are you kidding me, Will? Don't help her put her clothes back on. I'm standing right here. What the hell am I thinking? I release the shirt and hold my palms up in the air, then back away from Lake. She looks at me apologetically and whispers, I'm sorry, then heads toward the door. The door doesn't even shut before Julia begins yelling at her. You've been dating him for 2 weeks, Lake. What do you think you're doing going that far with him that fast? The door finally closes, and I sink back to the couch, feeling incredibly stupid, incredibly guilty, incredibly pathetic, yet somehow still incredibly happy. I reach down and am picking my own shirt up when the front door swings open again. Julia has a grip on Lake's arm and marches her straight back into the living room, then positions her on the couch across from me. "This can't wait," Julia says. "I don't even trust that y'all won't start this back up tonight as soon as I go to bed." Lake is looking at me the same way I'm looking at her, confused. Julia turns to Lake. "Are y'all having sex already?" Lake groans and covers her face with her hands. "You are?" "No," Lake says defensively. "We haven't had sex yet, okay?" I'm watching the conversation between them, hoping to hell I don't get involved in it. "Yet?" Julia says. "So you're going to?" Lake stands and throws her hands up in the air. "What do you want me to say, Mom? I'm 18. Do you want me to tell you I'll be celibate forever? Because that would be a lie." Julia rolls her head back and looks up at the ceiling for several seconds. When she looks at me, I dart my eyes to the floor. I'm so embarrassed I can't even look at her. "Where's your car?" she says flatly. I glance at Lake, then to Julia. "At the end of the street," I reluctantly admit. "Why?" she asks accusingly, and rightfully so. "Mom, stop. This is ridiculous." Julia turns her attention to Lake. "Ridiculous? Really, Lake? What I find ridiculous is the fact that you two parked at the end of the street and snuck over here to have sex less than 100 yards from your mother. You've only been dating him for 2 weeks. What I also find ridiculous is that you're acting like you did nothing wrong when it's obvious you were trying to hide it by parking at the end of the damn street." We're all quiet for a moment. Lake leans her head against the back of the couch and closes her eyes. "What now, then? If you're going to ground me, let's just get it over with so you can stop embarrassing me." Julia sighs an extremely frustrated sigh. She walks over to the couch, taking a seat next to Lake. "I'm not trying to embarrass you, Lake. Julia sighs again and drops her face into her hands. Lake rolls her eyes again. I groan. Julia lifts her head from her hands and takes a deep breath. "Lake," she says quietly. She attempts to get out what she wants to say, but her eyes well up with tears. When Lake realizes Julia is crying, she sits up straight. "Mom," Lake says, scooting closer to her. She puts her arms around Julia and hugs her. Seeing her care for her mom despite her frustration with her absolutely melts my heart. It makes me love her even more somehow. Julia separates from Lake and wipes at her eyes. "Ugh," she says. "This is so hard for me. You have to understand that." She turns to Lake and takes her hands. "I don't want to play the sick card, but it's impossible not to. We're at this transition in our lives where you're becoming the grown-up. Sometime this year, as much as we don't want to admit it, you'll be raising my little boy. It breaks my heart to know that I'm responsible for you being forced to grow up so fast. I'm forcing you to become his guardian. I'm forcing you to become the head of a household at 18. It's not fair to you. All the other areas of your life, like falling in love and enjoying high school and new boyfriends and having sex, I just feel like these are the last things you have left before you're forced to grow up completely. I know I can't slow down the inevitable, but I'm taking away every other part of your youth by leaving you with all of this responsibility. Until that time comes, I guess I just want you to stop growing up. For my sake. Just stop growing up so fast. As soon as she finishes speaking, Lake begins to cry. I'm sorry, she says to Julia. I get it, Mom. I'm sorry. I feel like an ass. I'm sorry, too, I say to Julia. Julia smiles at me and wipes at her eyes. I'm still mad at you, Will. She stands up and looks at both of us. Okay, now that we have that out of the way. She turns her attention to Lake. I'm taking you to the doctor tomorrow. You're getting on the pill. She turns to face me. And both of you need to think about this. There's no rush. You have the rest of your lives to be in a hurry. You both need to set good example for these boys who look up to you. Sneaking around is not the kind of thing you want to be modeling. You think they don't notice, but they do. And you two are going to be the ones dealing with them as teenagers, so believe me, you don't want them throwing your own actions back in your faces. She makes a terrifying but excellent point. I want you both to promise me something, she says. Anything, I say. Wait 1 year. There's no rush. You're both still young. So young. You've been dating all of 2 weeks, and believe me when I say this, the more you know about each other and the more in love you are, the better it'll be. I do my best to pretend this is not coming out of my girlfriend's mother's mouth, but it doesn't help ease the awkwardness. Mom, Lake groans, sinking back into the couch. We promise, I say, standing up. I immediately regret making the promise to her, knowing what that will entail. An entire year of having to keep myself in check around Lake is like agreeing to infinity, especially after being on that couch with her tonight. I'm sorry, Julia. Really. I respect Lake and I respect you, and I'm sorry. We'll wait. I love Lake, and that's all I need from her right now. Just knowing I can love her is more than enough. Lake sighs, and I look over at her. She's smiling at me. She stands up and throws her arms around my neck. God, I love you, she says. She pulls away from my neck and kisses me. Make sure that kiss is a good one, Lake, because you're grounded for 2 weeks. Lake and I both snap our heads in Julia's direction. Grounded? Lake says incredulously. Julia nods. Regardless of how much I love your boyfriend, you snuck over here knowing I told you I didn't want you alone at his house. So yeah, you're grounded. I'll give you 5 minutes to say your goodbyes and get home. Julia walks out and shuts the door behind her. 2 weeks? I say to Lake. I press my lips to hers and kiss her crazy for 5 solid minutes. I made it 21 years without her. After meeting her earlier this year, I somehow made it 3 months without her. Now, after finally being able to date her, I've had to go another 2 weeks without her. But these past 2 weeks have been the most unbearable 2 weeks without her of my entire 21 years. I know it's not even 8 in the morning, and it might seem desperate if I show up at her door this early, but we've been waiting for these 2 weeks to pass for what feels like an eternity. I rush across the street and am lifting my hand to knock on the door when it swings open and she jumps into my arms, showering kisses all over my face. Way to play hard to get, I hear Julia say from behind Lake. I put Lake down and shake my head slightly, letting her know we need to tone it down. Lake rolls her eyes and pulls me inside. What are we doing today? She asks. Whatever you want. I was thinking maybe we could take the boys somewhere. Really? Julia says from the kitchen. That would be great. I need a day of peace after being cooped up in this house with your mopey girlfriend for 2 weeks. Lake laughs and pulls me toward the hallway. Come to my room while I get ready. We disappear down the hallway and into her room. She shuts the door and pulls me onto her bed. She falls back and I fall on top of her, our lips reconnecting after the torturous time they had to spend apart. I missed you so much, I whisper. Not as much as I missed you. We kiss some more, and some more, and some more. I wish we didn't have to leave this bedroom because I could do this all day. She's already working her hands up the back of my shirt, and I'm groaning into her neck, remembering how close I got to actually being with her 2 weeks ago. I want to run my hand up her shirt, or touch her waist, or pull her legs around me, but I have no idea what's safe with her now. Now that we have to wait a whole damn year. Why did I agree to that? As much as I understand where Julia was coming from, I still don't know how in the hell we're going to wait an entire year, especially considering how much it's already driving me insane. Babe, I say, pulling my lips away from hers, we need to talk about this. I lift up and sit on the bed beside her. About what? Our plans today? I shake my head. No. I lean forward and kiss her again. This, I say, waving my hand up and down her body. We need to talk about what's okay and what's not. I really want to respect the promise we made to your mother, but at the same time there's no way in hell I can keep my hands off you. I just need to know what my boundaries are before I slip up. She smiles at me. So you're saying we need to set limits to how far we can go? I nod. Exactly. I need you to tell me when I've reached the point of retreat. She grins mischievously. Well, there's only one way to find out what our boundaries are. I guess we need to test them. I smile and scoot back down beside her, slowly looking her up and down. I like that idea. I brush away a strand of hair from her face and kiss her softly on the mouth. I run my nose across her jawline and kiss my way to her ear. How's this? Should I retreat yet? She shakes her head. Hell no, not even close. I place my hand on her shoulder and slowly run my fingers down her arm, resting my hand on her waist. I lean in until my lips are barely touching hers again. How about this? I ask her. I part her lips with my tongue, sliding my hand beneath her shirt and across her stomach. The muscles in her stomach clench beneath my palm. Is this your point of retreat? I whisper. She shakes her head slowly. Nope. Keep going. I lower my lips to her neck and my fingers crawl up her stomach and come to a stop where her bra usually is, if she were wearing one right now. I bury my head in her pillow and groan. God, Lake, seriously? Are you trying to kill me? She shakes her head again. Not retreating yet. Keep going. I raise my head away from her pillow and scroll over her lips with my eyes. My thumb grazes her breast, and that's when we both lose it. Our lips crash together, and as soon as I cup her breast, she moans into my mouth and wraps a leg around my thigh. I immediately slide off her and stand up. I think we found my point of retreat, I say, breathing heavily. I run my hands through my hair and back up to the wall, putting a safe distance between us. You need to get dressed so we can leave. I can't be alone in here with you right now. She laughs and rolls off the bed, then heads to her closet. And Lake, if you want to survive the day without being completely mauled by me, make sure you put on a bra. I wink at her and walk out of the room. Chapter 19. The Honeymoon. Her eyes are closed, but there's a smile spread across her lips. I lean forward and lightly kiss them. You asleep? It's late, and we have to drive home tomorrow. I'm not ready to go to sleep yet. I want to drag this night out as long as I can. She shakes her head no, then opens her eyes. Remember the first time we didn't call point of retreat? I laugh. Well, considering it was just last night, then I'd say I remember it pretty damn well. I want you to tell me all about that, she says. She closes her eyes and cuddles up to me. You want me to tell you about last night? She nods against my chest. Yeah, it was the best night of my life. I want you to tell me all about it. I smile, more than willing to tell her what I thought about the sweetest sweet I've ever had. Honeymoon night. 3 more minutes, she says. She reaches behind her and pulls down on the handle, swinging the door open. Now carry me over the threshold, husband. I bend down and grab her behind the knees and pick her up, throwing her over my shoulder. She squeals, and I push the door all the way open with her feet. I take a step over the threshold with my wife. The door slams behind us, and I ease her down onto the bed. I smell chocolate and flowers, she says. Good job, husband. I lift her leg up and slide her boot off. Thank you, wife. I lift her other leg up and slide that boot off, too. I also remembered the fruit and the robes. She winks at me and rolls over, scooting up onto the bed. When she gets settled, she leans forward and grabs my hand, pulling me toward her. Come here, husband, she whispers. I start to make my way up the bed, but pause when I come face to face with her shirt. I wish you'd take this ugly thing off, I say. You're the one who hates it so much. You take it off. So I do. I start from the bottom this time, and press my lips against her skin where her stomach meets the top of her pants, causing her to squirm. She's ticklish there. Good to know. I unbutton the next button and slowly move my lips up another inch to her belly button. I kiss it. She lets out another moan, but it doesn't worry me this time. I continue kissing every inch of her until the ugly shirt is lying on the floor. When my lips find their way back to hers, I pause to ask her one last time. Wife, are you sure you're ready to not call retreat? Right now? She wraps her legs around me and pulls me closer. I'm butterflying positive, she says. I grin against her lips, hoping that this entire year of being frustratingly patient will be worth it to her. Good, I whisper. I reach my hand beneath her and unclasp her bra, then help her slip it off. She slides her hands through my hair and pulls me against her. By the time all of our clothes are off and we're wrapped together under the covers, I'm breathing too hard to hear the pounding in my chest anymore, but I can definitely feel it. I press my lips to her neck and inhale a deep breath. Lake? My hands are exploring her and touching her, and I can't decide if I ever want to stop long enough to actually consummate this marriage. What is it? She says breathlessly. I somehow find it in me to pull back and give myself enough space to look her in the eyes. I need her to know that she's not the only one experiencing something for the first time right now. I want you to know something. I pause and pull back a little bit farther and hold my weight up on my left arm. I reach up and slip my hand to the nape of her neck, then dip my head and kiss her softly on the mouth. I look her directly in the eyes and finish telling her what I need her to know. Lake, I've never made love to a girl before. I didn't realize that until this very moment. You're the first girl I'll ever make love to. She smiles a heartbreakingly beautiful smile that completely swallows me up. And you're the last girl I'll ever make love to, I add. I lower my head and press my forehead to hers. We keep our eyes locked together as I lift her thigh and brace myself against her. I love you, Will Cooper, she whispers. I love you, Layken Cooper. I hold still against her, taking one final look at this amazing, beautiful girl beneath me. You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to my life, I whisper. As soon as I push myself inside her, our lips collide, our tongues collide, our bodies collide, and our hearts collide. Then this girl completely shatters the window to my soul and crawls inside. Chapter 20. The Honeymoon. I like that version, she says. She's wrapped up in my arms where she's been most of the weekend. I couldn't have imagined a better way to spend the last 48 hours. I think back on everything we've gone through, everything I just shared with her, everything she learned about me and I learned about her, and how by some miracle I'll leave this hotel room loving her just a little bit more than I did when we arrived. I kiss her on the forehead and close my eyes. Good night, wife. Good night, husband. Welcome home. I can't count how many times I've pulled into my own driveway. At least once a day since I've lived here, sometimes twice. But I've never pulled into this driveway with my wife before. I've never pulled into the driveway of a house where I live with my own family, a family other than my mom and dad. I've never pulled into this driveway feeling so complete before. Are you going to turn off the car? Lake asks. Her hand is on her door handle and she's waiting for me to put the car in park and turn it off. But I'm staring at the house, lost in thought. Don't you just love this driveway? I'm pretty sure we have the best driveway in the whole world. She lets go of the door handle and falls back against her seat. I guess, she shrugs. It's a driveway. I put the car in park and reach over and grab her hands, then pull her onto my lap. But it's our driveway now. That makes it the best. And it's our house. I slip her shirt over her head and she tries to cover herself, but I move her arms out of the way and kiss up her neck while I talk about all the things that are no longer just mine. And the dishes in the kitchen are our dishes, and the couches are our couches, and the bed is our bed. Will, stop! She laughs and attempts to pull my hands away from her bra. You can't take off my bra. We're in our driveway. What if they come outside? It's dark, I whisper. And it's not your bra. It's our bra, and I want it off. I slip it off her, pulling her against me as I rub my hands down the length of her back, then around to the button on the front of her jeans. And I want to take off our pants. She grins against my lips and slowly nods. Okay, but hurry, she whispers. I can be quick, I assure her, but I'll never hurry. After christening the driveway, we make it inside to a completely empty, dark house. I flip on the light switch in the kitchen, and there's a note on the table. My grandparents left a few hours ago. The boys are with Eddie and Gavin across the street. Lake tosses her purse on the couch and makes her way into the kitchen. Do we have to go get them right away? I sort of want to enjoy some quiet while we can. The second we tell them we're back, the honeymoon will officially be over. I'm having fun. I don't want it to end yet. I pull her to me, Who says it has to end? We still have rooms to christen. Where should we start? Besides your driveway? Our driveway, I correct her. She squints her eyes, then they suddenly widen with excitement. Your laundry room, she says excitedly. Our laundry room, she adds quickly before I can correct her. She grabs the collar of my shirt and stands on her tiptoes, pressing her lips to mine. Come on, she whispers, pulling me along with her while she continues to kiss me. The front door swings open and someone runs through the living room. I squeeze my eyes shut and groan as Lake separates her mouth from mine. Don't mind me, we just need the ketchup, Calder yells. He runs past us and into the kitchen. He grabs the ketchup and glances at us as he makes his way back to the front door. Gross, he mumbles before he pulls the door shut behind him. Lake laughs and presses her head against my shoulder. Welcome home, she says unenthusiastically. I sigh. I wonder what they're eating. You gave me a solid 2-day workout, and I'm hungry now. Lake shrugs and pulls away from me. I don't know, but I'm hungry too. We both make our way across the street. When we reach the front door, she puts her hand on the doorknob, but pauses and turns to me before opening it. Should I knock? It feels weird knocking on my own door, but I don't live here anymore. I ease past her and grip the doorknob. Nobody else knocks, why should we? I open the door and we make our way inside. The boys and Kirsten are seated at the table, and Eddie and Gavin are both in the kitchen, filling plates with food. Look who's back, Kirsten says when she spots us. How was the honeymoon? Lake walks into the kitchen, and as soon as Eddie sees her, she immediately takes her hand and pulls her down the hallway. Yes, Layken, how was the honeymoon? I need details, Eddie says. They disappear into the bedroom. I walk into the kitchen and take over the plates Eddie was working on. The honeymoon was perfect, I tell Kirsten. What's a honeymoon? Kel asks. What do people do when they go on one? Gavin spits out his drink with his laugh. Yes, Will, Gavin says, smirking at me. I must know what people do on honeymoons so that I'm prepared for when I have mine. Enlighten us. I pick the plates up and glare at Gavin, then walk to the table. A honeymoon is what people have after they get married. It's when they spend a lot of time together, telling stories about their past, and eating. They tell stories and eat. That's it. Oh, Calder says, like a camp-out? Exactly, I say, taking my seat at the table across from Kirsten, who's rolling her eyes at me. She shakes her head. He's lying to both of you because he thinks you're still 9 years old. A honeymoon is when newlyweds have sex, traditionally for the first time, but in some cases, she rolls her head toward Gavin, people get ahead of themselves. We're all staring at Kirsten with our mouths agape when Lake and Eddie return. Why is everyone so quiet? Eddie asks. Gavin clears his throat and glances at Eddie. Suckin' sweet time, he says. Sit down, ladies. Me first, Calder says. My sweet is that me and Kel are finally brothers. My suck is that I now know what Will and Layken did during their honeymoon. I second that, Kel says. Lake looks at me questioningly, so I nudge my head toward Kirsten. Blame her. Kirsten shoots me a glare that has become all too familiar from her. My suck, she says, is that I seem to be the only person in this room aware of the importance of sex education. My sweet is that a few months from now, thanks to Gavin's inability to wait for his honeymoon, I'll have a steady job babysitting. Gavin spits his drink out for the second time in 5 minutes. No way are you babysitting my daughter. He wipes his mouth and stands up, clinking his fork on the red plastic cup in his hand. I'm going next because I can't wait another second to share my sweet. He turns to Eddie, seated next to him, and he clears his throat. Eddie smiles up at him and he presses his hand to his heart. My sweet is that the woman I love, as of last night, has agreed to become my wife. As soon as the word wife leaves his mouth, Kirsten and Lake are making high-pitched noises and hugging Eddie and jumping up and down. Eddie takes a ring out of her pocket and puts it on her finger to show the girls. Lake says something about this being her suite, and Eddie agrees, but Gavin has sat back down, and all the boys are now eating while the girls are still squealing. I look over at Lake and she's turning Eddie's hand back and forth in the light, admiring her ring. She's smiling. She looks so happy. Eddie is happy too. The boys, aside from learning what you do during your honeymoon, are smiling. Gavin is watching Eddie and looks genuinely happy. I can't help but think back on these past 2 years and all we've been through. The heartache we had to endure to get here and the tears we've all shed in the process. I don't know how 1 minute a person can think his life is nothing more than a barren valley with nothing left to look forward to. Then, in the blink of an eye, someone can come along and change it with a simple smile. Lake looks at me and catches me smiling at her. She grins and leans against me as I wrap my arm around her. You want to know my sweet? I ask her. She nods. I kiss her on the forehead. You. Always you. The end. Epilogue. Give her some medicine! Gavin yells at the nurse. He's pacing back and forth. Beads of sweat have pooled on his forehead, and he lifts a hand to wipe them away. Look at her! She's in pain! Just look at her! Give her something! His face is pale, and he's gesturing toward the hospital bed. Eddie rolls her eyes and stands up, taking Gavin by the shoulders and shoving him toward the door. Sorry, Will. You would think he would take it better since I'm not the one in labor this time. If I don't get him out of here, he'll pass out like he did when Katie was born. I nod, but can't find it in me to laugh. Seeing Lake on that bed in as much pain as she's in has me feeling completely helpless. She's refusing medicine, but I'm about to go grab a damn needle and give her some myself. I walk to the head of her bed, and as soon as the contraction passes, the tension eases slightly from her face, and she looks up at me. I take the wet rag and press it against her cheek to cool her off. Water. I want water, she grumbles. This is the 10th time she's asked for water in the past hour, and the 10th time I'll have to tell her no. I don't want to see the anger in her face again, so I just lie. I'll go ask the nurse. I quickly walk out of the room and take a few steps past the doorway, then collapse against the wall with no intention of looking for a nurse. I slide to the floor and drop my face into my hands and try to focus on the fact that this is really happening. Any minute now, I'll become a dad. I don't think I'm ready for this. At least if Kel and Calder turn out horrible, we can still blame mine and Lake's parents. This is a completely different ballgame. This baby is our responsibility. Oh, God. Hey! Kel drops down beside me and kicks his legs out in front of him. How is she? Mean, I answer truthfully. He laughs. It's been 3 years since Lake and I married, and 3 years since Kel moved in with me. I know that technically I'm becoming a dad for the first time today, and in so many ways it's so different, but I can't imagine loving Kel any more if he really were my own. I can honestly say when my parents died, I felt cursed that my life had to change course like it did. But now, looking back, I know I've been blessed. I couldn't imagine things any differently. So, Kel says. He pulls his leg up and ties his shoe, then straightens it back out again. My mom, She left me something I'm supposed to give to you today." I glance at him, and, without having to ask, know immediately what it is. I hold out my hand, and he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a star. "It was in one of the gifts she left for my birthday last year, along with a note. In fact, she left 8 of them. One for each kid y'all might have. 4 blue ones and 4 pink ones." I fist the star in my palm and laugh. 8? "Yeah, I know," he shrugs. "I guess she wanted to be covered, just in case. And they were all numbered, so that one goes with this kid." I smile and look down at the star in my hand. "Is it for Lake, too? I don't know if she's in the mood for this right now." Kel shakes his head. "Nope, just for you. Lake got her own." He pushes himself up off the floor. He pauses after taking a few steps back toward the waiting room, then he turns around and looks down at me. "My mom thought of everything, didn't she?" I smile, thinking of all the advice I'm still somehow getting from Julia. "She sure did." Kel smiles and turns away. I open the star, one of many that I incorrectly assumed would be the last. "Will, thank you for taking on the role of father to my little boy. Thank you for loving my daughter as much as I love her. But most of all, thank you in advance for being the best father I could ever hope for a grandchild of mine to have, because I know without a doubt that you will be. Congratulations, Julia." I stare at the star in my hands, wondering how in the world she could be thanking me when they're the ones who changed my life. Her whole family changed my life. I guess in a way, we all changed each other's lives. "Will!" Lake yells from inside the room. I quickly stand up and put the star in my pocket. I walk back into the room and over to the bed. Her jaw is clenched tight and she's gripping the handrail so hard her knuckles are white. She reaches up with one hand and grabs my shirt, then pulls me to her. "Nurse! I need the nurse!" I nod and once again rush out of the room, this time to actually find a nurse. When the words "you're ready to push" come out of the doctor's mouth, I grip the rail of Lake's bed and have to hold myself upright. This is it. This is finally it, and I'm not sure I'm ready. In the next few minutes I'm going to be a dad, and the thought of it makes my head spin. I am not Gavin. I will not pass out. The seconds turn into nanoseconds as the room fills with more nurses, and they're doing things to the bed and to the equipment and to Lake and to the lights that are really, really, really bright, and then a nurse is standing over me, looking down at me. Why is she looking down at me? "You okay?" she asks. I nod. Why am I looking up at her? I've either shrunk 6 feet or I'm on the floor. "Will!" Lake's hand is reaching over the side of the bed for me. I grip the rail and pull myself up. "Don't do that again," she breathes heavily. "Please, I need you to suck it up right now because I'm freaking out." She looks at me with fear in her eyes. "I'm right here," I assure her. She smiles, but then her smile does this twisted thing where it flips upside down and turns into a mangled, demonic groan. My hand is being twisted worse than her voice, though. I lean over the rail and wrap my arm around her shoulders, helping her lean forward when the nurse tells her to push. I keep my eyes focused on hers, and she keeps her eyes focused on mine. I help her count, and I help her breathe, and I do my best not to complain about the fact that I'll never be able to use my hand again. We're counting to 10 for what feels like the 1,000th time when the twisted sounds begin coming out of her mouth again. Except this time the noises are followed by another sound. Crying. I look away from Lake and at the doctor, who is now holding a baby in his hands. My, baby. Everything begins moving in fast motion again, but I'm frozen. I want so bad to pick her up and hold her, but I also want to be next to Layken and ensure she's okay. The nurse takes our baby out of the doctor's hands and turns around to wrap her in a blanket. I'm craning my neck, trying to look over the nurse's shoulder at her. When the nurse finally has her wrapped up, she turns and walks to Layken, then lays her on her chest. I push the rail down on Layken's bed and climb in beside her, sliding my arm beneath her shoulders. I pull the blanket away from our baby's face so we can both see her better. I wish I could explain how I feel, but nothing can explain this moment. Not a vase of stars, not a book, not a song, not even a poem. Nothing can explain the moment when the woman you would give your life for sees her daughter for the very first time. Tears are streaming down her face. She's stroking our baby girl's cheek, smiling, crying, laughing. I don't want to count her fingers or toes, Layken whispers. I don't care if she has 2 toes or 3 fingers or 50 feet. I love her so much, Will. She's perfect. She is perfect. So perfect. Just like her mom, I say. I lean my head against Layken's, and we just stare. We stare at the daughter who is so much more than I could have asked for, the daughter who is so much more than I dreamt of, so much more than I ever thought I would have. This girl, this baby girl is my life. Her mother is my life. These girls are both my life. I reach down and pick up her hand. Her tiny fingers reflexively wrap around my pinky, and I can't choke back my tears any longer. Hey, Julia, it's me. It's your daddy. My final piece. We're born into the world as just one small piece to the puzzle that makes up an entire life. It's up to us throughout our years to find all of our pieces that fit, the pieces that connect who we are to who we were, to who we'll one day be. Sometimes pieces will almost fit. They'll feel right. We'll carry them around for a while, hoping they'll change shape, hoping they'll conform to our puzzle. But they won't. We'll eventually have to let them go, to find the puzzle that is their home. Sometimes pieces won't fit at all. No matter how much we want them to, we'll shove them, we'll bend them, we'll break them. But what isn't meant to be, won't be. Those are the hardest pieces of all to accept. The pieces of our puzzle that just don't belong, but occasionally, not very often at all, if we're lucky, if we pay enough attention, we'll find a perfect match. The pieces of the puzzle that slide right in, the pieces that hug the contours of our own pieces, the pieces that lock to us, the pieces that we lock to, the pieces that fit so well we can't tell where our piece begins and that piece ends. Those pieces we call friends, true loves, dreams, passions, beliefs, talents. They're all the pieces that complete our puzzles. They line the edges, frame the corners, fill the centers. Those pieces are the pieces that make us who we are, who we were, who will one day be. Up until today, when I looked at my own puzzle, I would see a finished piece. I had the edges lined, the corners framed, the center filled. It felt like it was complete. All the pieces were there. I had everything I wanted, everything I needed, everything I dreamt of. But up until today, I realized I had collected all but one piece, the most vital piece, the piece that completes the picture, the piece that completes my whole life. I held this girl in my arms. She wrapped her tiny fingers around mine. It was then that I realized she was the fusion, the glue, the cement that bound all my pieces together, the piece that seals my puzzle, the piece that completes my life, the element that makes me who I am, who I was, who I'll one day be. You, baby girl, you're my final piece.
This Girl, a novel, Book 3 of the Slam series, was written by Colleen Hoover and read by Kirby Hayborn. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, technical director. Jessica Escalona was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. This Girl is available in paperback from Atria Books.